Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. This scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent, call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. This glory scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. This scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent, call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. This glory scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. This scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. unfolds. souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find a fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. unfolds. won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. unfolds. souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, story told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, story told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fright. unfolds. find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear, champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Inside the ring, shadows fall. Two fighters stand silent call. Sweat and blood, the bell tolls. Knuckles clash, story unfolds. Battles fought in silent rage. Crowds roar, fists engaged. Every punch, stories told. Champions rise, hearts bold. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. Fists of glory, scars they bear. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night, fight on through endless fight. Battles fought in silent rage, crowds roar, fists in Battered souls won't back down, even when hearts hit the ground. In the darkness, find the fight, shining through eternal night. This alone is God's nightmare. Champions rise from the despair. Victory's call in the night. Fight on through endless fight.
Afternoon to those watching live from around the world on the Highland Boxing Promotion Facebook page. Greetings, afternoon from Bangkok. Welcome everybody. We are now live from the Spaceplus RZA Plaza, Ratchada. We hold events like this every last Thursday of the month. We have professional boxing fights here. And today we are presenting to you Naris Highland Spaceplus Boxing Promotions สวัสดีครับอยู่กับผมปีเตอร์เดนแมนนะครับวันนี้เราก็อยู่กันที่ Spaceplus RCA Plaza นะครับรัชดานะฮะวันนี้รายการก็ Naris Highland Spaceplus Boxing Promotion นะครับประธานที่ปรึกษานะครับคุณนริศสิงห์วังชานะครับนายกสมาคมกีฬาชักเกยอแห่งประเทศไทยนะครับเพราะพระวงการมวยนะฮะแล้วก็พลตรีนะครับพลตรีดำรงศิมขจรบุญนะครับโปรโมเตอร์ก็คุณสุพนัทจันแรมนะครับแล้วก็มิสเตอร์บริโก้ซันติกนะครับ and inspector Mr. วรเทพเพียรเวช and สนามแพทย์นะครับคุณจิรศักดิ์บุปผาชาตินะฮะ So now may I please ask everybody to stand up and pay your respects to the Thai national anthem please ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติไทยครับAnd before we begin our boxing show, please give it up for our talented performers, Spaceplus Show!ประกาศน้ำเงินก่อนค่อยแดงเดี๋ยวมันมีพอจบคู่อกมันจะมีมวยเด็กเพิ่มเข้ามาเดี๋ยวพี่ให้ชื่ออีกทีก่อนที่แชมป์มาเรียกน้ำเงินก่อนค่อยเรียกแดงประกาศน้ำเงินก่อนค่อยแดง This first bout is scheduled for 4 rounds of professional boxing at the weight division of Super Flyweight Division. Calling first to the stage, fighting out the blue corner, Kamonchad Chan Pakdi. Inviting to the ring his opponent from the red corner, Carl Ross Ong.
Baseline pumps from dark and night, flashing lights ignite the sight. Crowd moves like a wave of sound, lost in rhythm all around. Feel the beat pulse through your veins, electric surge, no one complains. Dancing till we lose our soul. DJ Train bass gonna let.
Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner. Official weight 115 pounds with a professional record of 1 victory, 2 losses and no bouts even. Hailing out of and proudly representing Thailand. Please give it up for Kamonchad Chan Pakdi. And his opponent fighting out the red corner with a professional boxing record of 1 victory, no losses and no bouts even. Official weight 115 pounds. Hailing out of and proudly representing Singapore. Please give it up for Carl Ross Ong.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for Fists of Glory here on Boxing Day, sponsored by Highland Boxing Promotions and Spaceplus Bangkok. This is the first fight of the afternoon. We have Singapore taking on Thailand. Carlos Ong from Singapore in the blue trunks with a white trim, taking on Kamonchad Chan Pakdi from Thailand in the white shorts. And this is round number 1, scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the Super Flyweight Division, 115 pounds. My name is Jimmy, and I'm joined by Ollie Jenkins. Ollie, thanks for being here.
Happy to be here with you, Jimmy. Good work here. Good start from Carlos Ong here. Kamonchad being a bit more tentative on that back foot.
Yeah, we can already see he's got him going, and in the right-hand side of the corner already feinted his way through, and there we see him dancing right in front. These beautiful uppercuts already, so great work by Carlos Ong. He's thrown lots of feints and herding his opponent into the corner already.
Kamonchad there looking to counter punch, but Carlos Ong just getting back on the outside.
I mean, Kamonchad is just kind of backing off here without really doing too much of anything. But as we've seen before, Ollie, these first 30 seconds of the first fight or the first round tend to be like this. You've got to weather the storm before you kind of find your feet. But I like what Carlos Ong is doing right now. Very active with the feints and shots.
Yeah, good work here from Carlos Ong. Just needs to try not let Kamonchad escape. He's doing well to back him up, get him against that ropes and in the corner.
You know, 4-round fights as well, Ollie, as you know. You can't take any time off. You've got to go forward as soon as you possibly can and start winning these rounds. You can't take a round off like you can in a 10 and a 12-round fight. You've just got to go forward and try and take as much out of your opponent as possible in the opening rounds. And you can see here, almost the Thai fighter Kamonchad is just trying to work out how do I deal with the pressure of Carlos Ong.
Yeah, good right hand landed there by Carlos Ong. Kamonchad done well to circle off earlier when he got on the ropes, but very much 50-50 in his attempts here.
And you can see Carlos Ong just constantly going forward, but Kamelchak keeps dipping his head down as well. And there's that right hand. And that was the shot we were talking about. Kamelchak putting his head down. Carlos Ong took a chance, and you can see the cocky Carlos Ong in the corner taunting his fighter.
Yeah, I think he can smell blood now. That right hand's landed twice. Kamelchak just turning his head. There we go. Looking away. Another right hand lands. Not too flush.
And to me, that wasn't a knockdown. That was a push. But I think at some point the referee has just got to call it as a knockdown, because you can hear the officials shouting it was a push. But I just think that Kamelchak kind of gave up there and accepted he's going to take a knockdown.
Carlos Ong, good to take his time. Kamelchak still looking to counter punch. He might not be looking at the target, but he's still throwing shots out there. And he circles off again.
And I'd like to see Carlos Ong just go behind the jab. I mean, the referee's waving it off now. I mean, Carlos Ong, very cocky in there, looks very happy indeed. And look, he put on a great performance. I mean, but he should also go up to his fighter and let him know that, you know, there's all respect in this ring as well. But he looks very, very happy to have won that fight. A great victory. Now moves to 2 wins, 0 losses. Let's get some action replays here. So we could see Carlos Ong relentlessly, every time he got Kamelchak onto the ropes, he would just come alive with these huge, huge shots, winging in these hooks to the head, to the body. And then towards the end, he tried finishing his opponent. Didn't get behind the jab, just thought he could smell blood, went for it, and just did everything he can, and everything he did just seemed to go well for him in that first round. So a very quick finish by this young man from Singapore, and we'll go to Peter Denman in the ring with the official announcement. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got another fight coming up very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 2 minutes and 55 seconds, your winner by way of first round TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Carlos Ong. And this next bout scheduled for 6 rounds of action at the super lightweight division. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Nahatat Singh Manasak Jim. His opponent from the red corner, Raymart Soledad.
Dumbbells playing shadow box in the mirror. Dreams of the belt, vision getting clearer. Sweat hits the mad grind never ends. Highland hustlers destined to transcend. Punching at the bag, gloves stained with fight. Round after round, battle shining bright. Footwork fierce, got the moves to evade. Knuckles full of fury, every debt repaid. Highland grind where champions are made. Fighting for dreams in the ring we invade. Training every day till the prize in hand. Future on the rise, here we make our stand.
Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, heading off out of and proudly representing Thailand, with a professional boxing record of 3 victories, 1 defeat, and no bouts even. Please give it up for Nahatat Singh Manasak Jim. And his opponent fighting out the red corner with a professional boxing record of 3 victories, no losses, and no bout even. Hailing out of and proudly representing the Philippines. Please give it up for Raymart Soledad. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Chris Sanyade. And the 3 judges scoring ringside, judge number 1, Mr. Warawut Gunkao, judge number 2, Mr. Tanin Pupiu, and judge number 3, Mr. Carlos Costa.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second fight of the night is contested over 6 rounds at 140 pounds. It is a super lightweight fight. From the Philippines, we have Raymart Soldad in the red corner wearing the white shorts with the red trim against Nahatak Singmasak Jim in the black shorts and the gold trim. Round 1 underway.
Big right hand landed already by Raymart to the body. And I've seen Raymart fight many, many times. He's a very strong fighter, very calculated, very stiff with his shots. And we can already see it there, going down low with a big right hand, swinging upstairs with those left hooks already.
Very strong shots early on from Raymart here. Nahatak just got to be careful when he punches. He's leaving those hands low.
And that's the interesting thing with a body puncher as well. Every time they go down low, they run risk of their fighter even just moving or blocking that shot, and then obviously an accidental low blow, which is exactly what that was there. Great counter punch there by Nata Hook, though.
I think this is what he's looking for when them hands are low. Doesn't always choreograph those shots, just enables him to be able to throw like that. Good counter hook there from Raymart.
And you can see Raymart slowly just lowering the tempo right now in comparison to the first 20 seconds. And like we've said before, Nata Hook just had to weather that storm, I felt. But a big right hand puts him onto the canvas. As we were saying, he's calming down. An explosive action puts Nata Hook Singmasak Jim to the canvas. And he's up already. Will we see the Filipino fighter try and take him out early?
And again, he looks for that cracking body shot. That just echoed throughout the arena there.
What a shot. And this is what I was talking about early on. Raymart doesn't waste time, but he's very, very calculated with his shots, very stiff. And we saw it very early on there, Ollie. He went straight to the body. And as you know, in a 6-round fight, those body shots by the 4th, 5th, and maybe the 6th round really paid dividends. So here we see some of the action replays. We just saw those left hooks being really targeting that left side of his opponent, but then as soon as the body opened up for him, I feel like every shot he threw upstairs was just to open the body up for him. So here's Peter Den with the official announcement.
At the time of 1 minute and 38 seconds, your winner by way of first round TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Raymart Soledad.
Echoes of Russia side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire.
This next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of featherweight action. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Rithikiat Ket Sopa.
She works all day, also fine, sweat on her brow, she's on my mind. Clock strikes 10, the night is ours, we all the night, the midnight hours. Heights are low, body sway, keep it moving, no delay. Chasing dreams, look how we rise, eyes on fire, hypnotized. Feel the beat, 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 take control, let it roll, 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 lose your soul. Feel the heat, heat, heat on the floor, wanna know more, more, give me more.
Calling to the ring, his opponent from the red corner, Freddie Califord.
Eyes like this, take a breath from the storm. Blood on the canvas, hearts more than torn. Battle-free bodies clashing, eternal fun. Survivor's glory burns in the fading light. Through the pain, through the sweat, through the screams, hunter and prey inside the violent dream.
Introducing to you first, finding out the blue corner with a professional boxing record of 1 victory, 2 losses, and no bouts even. Hailing out of and proudly representing Thailand. Please give it up for Ritikiat Getsopa. And his opponent finding out the red corner with a professional boxing record of 2 victories, 1 defeat, and no bouts even. Representing Sweden, please give it up for Freddie Califord. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Mr. Thanin Boompiu. And the 3 judges scoring ringside. Judge number 1, Judge Warud Dun Kao, Judge Chris Sanyadet, and Judge Carlos Costa.
And round 1 underway of a potential 6 rounds contested at featherweight, 126 pounds. And a big start there. Big hook from Ritikate, just missed. Ducked under by Freddie.
They're some of the best looking shorts I've seen as well from Freddie. Half Swedish, half Filipino shorts. Very entertaining. And we see already both fighters in the clinch very quickly. So very interesting round so far. Both fighters seem to be just finding their pace right now.
Yeah, Freddie not throwing too much. Popping that jab out for a body shot there at the beginning of the round, but now just taking to the back foot. Looking very tentative.
You can see the fighter clapping his gloves together, trying to get some action going on. And I like that Freddie's not taking that bit. Freddie needs to fight his own game as well. I'm not sure where that headbutt, for a man who just clapped his gloves together to ask for a fight on, I don't remember the head hitting that hard, to be fair.
No, from this angle.
But yeah, like I said, from this angle it didn't look hard, but the referee, I think, agrees with us as well. He's got the fight to carry right on.
But Freddie also not looking like he's jumping into too much, just throwing that jab. I don't think there was too much of a clash.
And you know, when you're going backwards, it's really hard to get power on your shot. So if you're walking backwards, you're not really going for power, you're going for accuracy, you're going for precision, but he's not really throwing much of anything. Rarely do people walk onto a backwards jab like that. You've got to really set it up with a check hook or maybe even a right hand to the body at this stage. So, you know, we can see Freddie's record as well. He's only had 3 professional fights. You can tell he's trying to learn in there as well, and that's exactly what he needs to be. He needs to be busier. Keep flicking that jab out, but there's that right hand we were talking about, and that's what he needs to do. Get that right hand pump into the body, but keep the jab flicking out.
Yeah, I think this could work well in Freddie's favor if he keeps irritating Ritikate, getting him to walk forward like that with that guard down, and he can really walk onto that right body shot.
But like you just said, you want him to fight your own game and frustrate the man as well. You want Ritikate to eventually make those mistakes. Freddie needs to keep fighting his own game, stay on that back foot, but Ritikate needs to just go forward as well and start digging to the body. He knows Freddie isn't working well under pressure. You can see Freddie is on the back foot always. Both fighters have shown their hands very early on in this fight. You know exactly what both fighters are capable of. You know what their game plan is. You now need to do something different.
Yeah, Ritikate, confidence riding high right now. I don't think he feels any threats from Freddie. Freddie not looking too much to counter punch. And when he is, it's not the hardest of shots.
Ritikate should just kind of go bulldozing forward and just put the pressure on his opponent. He's got the power. And that was a beautiful right hand to the body. A left hook upstairs, just missing the target. And I think Freddie has got to be busier in the second round. But we're going to get some action replays in just a moment. But a very interesting round for these 2 fighters. So here we are with these action replays. So we see that was that left hook that didn't land clean, but it definitely knocked Freddie off balance. I mean, Freddie attempting that right hand, but Freddie forcing that right hand rather than letting it just flow naturally. He's almost forcing the right hand out. And Ollie, like I mentioned, both of these fighters have shown their hand. Freddie has shown that he's going to go on the back foot and just keep flicking out jabs, left hooks and right hands. Ritikate has already proven he wants to have a brawl. He wants to go for it. So if your opponent has shown you what they're going to do, you now need to find what the counter is. It's kind of like playing rock, paper, scissors. If they've shown you that they're always going to throw a rock, you need to kind of create paper, and vice versa. And I just feel like both fighters now know that they need to change up their game plan.
Stand up to my might.
Yeah, very much so. I feel like this fight so far, to what you're saying, is going to favor Ritike. And now we're starting round 2. Once again, Ritike on that front foot. Freddie looking to move backwards.
And for those of you just tuning in, Ritike is in those blue shorts, the Thai fighter. Freddie, the Swedish fighter with the best shorts in the game, the Swedish flag with the Filipino flag. But yeah, pretty much what we saw in the first round, but I do think it's a little bit more active. And you can see Ritike is now closing that gap a little bit better now.
Fred looking, definitely working more on that back foot now, throwing a lot more counter shots, trying to stick him back with that jab, but Ritike just looks too strong. He's happy to move forward through these shots. Now he's pinned him in the corner.
I mean, Ritike kind of reminds me of that old legendary fighter Mayorga, who would kind of do the same thing. Wouldn't really box you, but would always try and bait you in to have a brawl, bait you in to have a fight, not really outbox you, but make you make mistakes, make you frustrated. And I think that's what Ritike's game plan is. I don't want to box, I want to fight. Freddie, to me, is someone who's trying to find his groove right now and still trying to find himself in boxing.
Yeah, Freddie looking to try draw him into this fight, which is obviously not what Freddie wants. Good body shot there. Very thunderous shots coming from Freddie. Good counter hook there from Freddie to the body.
And Freddie should really be going for those uppercuts now. You can see that, you know, Ritike is just marching forward with his head down. Freddie should just start loading up those rear uppercuts. And if the rear uppercut doesn't load, just lean on your opponent. If his head is down, throw the rear uppercut to the chest. If it hits the chest, it's a good shot. But often or not, it hits the chin of your opponent as well. But I think Freddie just needs a few more fights. He's against a very tough fighter right now.
Yeah, very difficult when someone this strong is walking towards you, trying to throw down. Just have to question, can Freddie keep this up for 4 more rounds?
And that's the key, isn't it, Ollie? It's basically, can you keep up this pace when you know the man in front of you wants to brawl and is constantly coming forward? Ritike's not exactly trying to outbox him, he's trying to outbrawl him. And I love the fact that Freddie has not once taken that bare beautiful right hand upstairs by Freddie there. And that's what he needs more of. He needs to stick to his game plan and don't get caught up with the antics of Ritike, who has also entertained me a lot, by the way.
Absolutely. Needs to find an opportunity like he did there to land these shots. I think Ritike is very comfortable where he is.
30 seconds here, and you can kind of see Freddie should not be walking towards him unless he's coming forward with a jab. Unless Freddie's got a good chin and power in his hands, he does not need to march this man forward. Stick with the jab. He knows Ritike will always be coming forward eventually. Ritike is not going to be able to stay on that back foot for very long. The man wants the brawl. Beautiful right hand upstairs as well.
Yeah, Ritike looking a lot more attentive now that Freddie's landed a few of these powerful shots on him. Just keeping him back with a jab there, Freddie. And the end of round 2.
Great left hook to end that fight as well. Ritike, to me, should just be pushing the pace a little bit more now, but some of these action replays, we might be able to see, those are the left hooks we were seeing early on. And, you know, a left hook to the head often creates a great body shot. So I like to believe Ritike is constantly winging that left hook upstairs to eventually go downstairs with the body shot. You know, Mickey Ward used to do this all the time, constantly going upstairs with the left hooks to create a body shot. Now, Freddie did very well there to clip him with some of those right hands. But the thing here, referees and judges, they favor the fighter that's going forward. They favor the fighter that is aggressive and wants to move forward. They do not favor the back foot fighter. So as much as I think Freddie landed the better shots there, I don't think he's going to be winning on the judges' scorecards. I think Ritike is probably taking this fight or almost stealing the fight away, because Freddie, to me, should be more active with a jab and use that double jab to set up a rear uppercut.
Yeah, Ritike very much looking more in control of this fight. A good second half of the round there from Freddie. And now we enter our 3rd round of a scheduled 6.
And he pushes the referee out the way to get involved. But if you push the referee out of the way to try and get involved, stop trying to ask your man to get in the center of the ring. Just bulldoze him down. Freddie needs to keep at his game plan. Cool, calm, and collected and won this fight for Freddie.
Yeah, we saw in that last round where he frustrates Ritike, walks in with his hands down and then he can land those clean shots, but he just needs to be doing more, and we can see that he can slow Rittiket down once he's throwing these good counters.
And like I said, Ricardo Mayorga used to do this all the time. He used to just absolutely outpunk the fighter. That's what he would like to do. He would like to prove that he's the bad man, and he would constantly try and brawl you because he knew his chin could keep up, and he knew he had a cardio to back it up as well. And that was beautiful right hand there by Rittiket. And I think Freddie just needs to believe in himself right now. Get behind the jab, get your chin tucked in, and stick behind that jab with a rear uppercut and right hand upstairs.
Yeah, Rittiket looking a lot stronger of the two. He's able to come in, stronger feet, good body shot there from Freddie. Acknowledged by Rittiket, trying to wind him up even more, trying to get him to throw more. He wants him to open up, land some cleaner shots.
I love this by him as well, though. I mean, look, judges do not like fighters who do this type of thing, but it's good for the fans as well watching at home. They like to see fighters do this. The old classic head shake as well. That does mean these shots are getting through. It's definitely a peacock contest sometimes in a boxing ring. You're trying to pretend the shots don't hurt. Great body shot there by Freddie as well.
Yeah, when Freddie can get Rittiket's timing down, he can land these counters really nicely. And then you see here, this is when Rittiket pays more attention. He doesn't want to get hit like that, so he stops fooling around so much.
Exactly, and like we just said, it's the peacock contest. We know what they're trying to do, and it's almost a battle of I know that you know, and that's the chess match here. That is boxing. Great jab there by Freddie, but Freddie needs to double these jabs up as well, but not be lazy with the jab. Beautiful rear uppercut, and that's the shot he needs to throw more of. Double jab, rear uppercut will be a good shot for him in this fight. Double jab, rear uppercut will definitely win this fight for him if he keeps it up.
Yeah, uppercut working really well there for Freddie, especially when Rittiket's just standing a bit more relaxed. He's not thinking about defending, probably not too much tension in that neck, and that just uppercut just hits his chin back. Big left hook there from Rittiket, once again gaining confidence, taunting his man. Oh, good right hand there, good combination from Freddie here.
Great right hand to the body. Freddie is starting to come alive a little bit more, but again, the man Rittiket will just keep walking you down the brick wall that is Rittiket. I mean, he's taken Freddie's best shots and still walked forward. Now, we know those shots are definitely hurting him, but he's also very good at keeping a poker face. Freddie does not need to follow him. That's where Rittiket wants to be. And to me, beautiful right hand to end the round. In round number 3. What a great round that was. Some action replays here. So we see that right hand upstairs landed by landed by Freddie. And to me, that was the cleanest right hand of that round. I mean, we've seen some good shots landed by Freddie, and we saw Rittiket going to the body, but Rittiket throws a lot of shots that are landing on the gloves of Freddie, but they're making a big impact, and he's also going forward. Now, if you look at clean-up punches landed, you've got to go for Freddie. If you look at aggression and also effective aggression, you've got to go to Rittiket. And your Rittiket is doing press-ups in the ring as well. It's like Bernard Hopkins used to do. He just did 20 push-ups. This, to me, is what boxing is meant to be. Personalities in the ring coming out. The man doing push-ups in the ring.
And we are entering round 4. Rittiket is ready to go. Freddie, you wonder how this must be playing with Freddie psychologically.
I mean, he's got to have a corner that kind of blocks the vision. A great right hand upstairs by Rittiket. Referee giving him a good warning about that head. I mean, it was very dangerous there. I don't see it connecting, but let's see if Rittiket comes forward. And like I said, it's hard to believe a headbutt like that really bothers someone like Rittiket, but I'm entertained by this fight so far.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. Good counter punch in there by Freddie. Good circling off. Can he keep this up? He does well when he's looking to counter punch Freddie, but sometimes he's just not standing strong enough to deliver a clean shot.
And that's the thing, Freddie, to me, needs to go back to the principle of boxing. Everything off the jab. Everything starts with the jab. The referees called this a knockdown, but I'm unsure what shot is it. Maybe his arm is injured, I believe.
It looks like Rittiket was holding his arm when he went down there. If we could see in the replays what happened there.
I think his right arm is busted, or maybe his shoulder is being dislocated there. But the The referee is in the ring, and what a turn of events. We went from almost Riddick trying to bulldoze his man away, and then the arm injury takes it out. I'm sure we'll find out very soon, but let's go to Peter Denman with the official announcement. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got another fight coming up.
Broken bones and shattered dreams. Chase the light as darkness screams. Rise of legends side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made. Echoes of Russian side by side. Fight with passion, cast your
Ladies and gentlemen, at a time of 1 minute, your winner by way of third round TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Freddie California.
Echoes of roars, fuel our rage. Warriors trapped inside a cage. Pain and fear means nothing here.
And this next bout scheduled for 6 rounds of light flyweight action. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Wisitsak Sai Well. Welcoming to the ring from the red corner, Elmar Zamora. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, wearing white with blue and red trim. Official weight 52.1 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 7 victories, 15 losses, and 1 bout even. Hailing out of and proudly representing Thailand. Please give it up for Wisitsak Sai Well. And his opponent fighting out the red corner, wearing white with red trim. Official weight 51.8 kilograms, with a perfect professional boxing record of 8 victories, no losses, and no bout even. Hailing out of the Philippines. Please give it up for the undefeated Elmar Zamora. And your referee in charge of the action once begins, Ajahn Chris Sanyade. And the 3 judges going ringside, Judge number 1, Judge Warut Deon Kao, Judge Tanin Pupiu, and Judge Carlos Costa.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th fight of the night is a light flyweight fight contested at 108 pounds. We have Philippines versus Thailand. In the red corner, we have Elmar Zamora wearing the white shorts with the red trim. And in the blue corner, we have Wisitsak Sai Well in the white shorts with the blue trim. This will be contested over 6 rounds. This is round number 1.
Very interesting that both of these fighters almost have the exact same shorts going on here as well. But we've seen Elmar Zamora fight in this ring several times over. He's a very, very good fighter, very calculated indeed, a fan favorite. Everyone watching from the Philippines right now, thank you for tuning in. So Zamora starting very, very calm as he always does, and his opponent doing a good job to keep flicking that jab out. Wittisak holding central ring right now. Both fighters look almost like they're just throwing out lazy jabs at the moment, trying to find their piece. And there's a left hook with the right hand.
Yeah, very lazy jab there from Wittisak. Nice to defend them strong punches there from Zamora. And the referee pulls him in. He's going to take a look at the tape on his glove there.
Yeah, I mean, when you see two fighters with those lazy type shots, it's kind of one of those interesting things in boxing of like, look, we know it's the first round. We know we've got 6 rounds to go. Let's almost take it easy, figure each other out, and then we'll kind of go to war. But that's what you need to kind of take advantage of. And you can see Zamora doing that already. He's already being a little bit more explosive with his jabs and left hooks.
Yeah, Zamora looking the sharper of the two fighters. Wittisak looking a little relaxed, just throwing that jab out. Still good defending here from Wittisak.
And that's the interesting thing here. Wittisak is still dangerous. He's still moving well. He's got a nice jab. And there we see the footwork of Wittisak as well, but a great left hand landed by Zamora there. So, Zamora, to me, just being a little bit more explosive, more aggressive than his opponent, Wittisak.
Yeah, now we see Zamora trying to counter-punch him when he flicks those jabs out. 3 times now, he's looked to counter-punch him when Wittisak just lazily throws that jab out.
Great fit clinch to the right, uppercut there landed by Wittisak. Left hook to the body landed by Zamora as well. Left and right to the body and there landed. Zamora coming alive right now, and this is what we were talking about. Both fighters took a little bit of time off, and now they're coming alive, and you see those shots getting through for Zamora.
Zamora very looking like the stronger of the two. Good work there. Wittisak backs up. Nice left uppercut there.
Great body work by Zamora, and you know, these body shots in the later rounds are definitely going to pay dividends for the later rounds, making Wittisak a little bit more tight. But if he keeps dipping his head down, those body shots eventually turn into uppercuts to the head. And there we've just seen one. Zamora firing off all cylinders now.
Really good work here from Zamora. Looking to counter punch. Wittisak not looking too strong when he's circling off on his feet there.
I love what Zamora's doing here. He's firing to the body to tire his opponent out, but he's constantly using foot feints as well to keep his opponent moving. So he's tiring him out with body shots and with footwork movement. Beautiful stuff by Zamora here. And that is the end of round number 1, but a great round for both of these fighters. We're going to get some action replays in just a moment, folks. So here we are. We saw it was jab for jab very early on, and it was almost lazy jab for lazy jab. And what we mean by that is neither fighter wanted to commit, neither fighter wanted to put too much energy or power into it. But as soon as they started landing, it's almost fighting your brother with a slap fight. As soon as the first one lands a hard shot, it kind of just goes to town. And that's what we saw. Zamora really starting to dig down with some of those nice uppercuts, some nice body shots. I mean, Wittisak danced around with some good footwork, did a great job of finding some angles, but then Zamora just used that to his advantage and started digging to the body and started using foot feints as well.
Yeah, Wittisak with the jab there. You see him cover his face with the right hand. He's expecting the counter jab, and then later on in that fight, Zamora sees that and he just comes with a counter hook, landing a few times flushly against Wittisak. A great first round there. And now we're going to round 2 of the scheduled 6.
So we always see very similar to what we did in the first round. The first 30, 40 seconds, very lazy, almost very slow, lethargic style, just trying to find their openings. And, you know, like Wheats call it, they're downloading information right now, trying to find openings. But a great combination by Wittisak there.
Yeah, good work there from Wittisak, but I just feel like he's lacking the power a bit. Not compared to Zamora, who is throwing very hard here.
I love the footwork of Wittisak. He's got a very old school boxing style, very 70s-esque boxing style, but he's just getting eaten alive right now with body shots by Zamora. And Zamora's now found that weakness, going to the body, digging him hard. I'm surprised Wittisak is still standing from some of those body shots. Those ribs must be cracking under this pressure right now.
Absolutely amazing left hook there. He worked that body a lot. He's gone high, hit Wittisak on the chin. Will he make the count here? And the referee waves it off. Brilliant work there from Zamora.
And this is what Zamora does. He just teases you in. He just kind of gives you a false sense of security. He made him believe he was going to go a little bit of tip-tap boxing and then just went to town on the body to the rib cage. And Wittisak must have withstood so many shots, and then it was that beautiful left hook to right hand, right on the button, putting Widisak to the canvas. I mean, what a perfect combination to end that fight. Great stuff by Elmar Zamora. We'll be back, folks, with a fifth fight in just a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 1 minute and 1 second, by way of TKO victory in the second round, from the red corner, Elmar Zamora. And before we continue the boxing bout, we have a show prepared for you guys. Please give it up for Spaceplus Show! And this next bout is scheduled for 6 rounds of flyweight action. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Angre Soon Kila Banpo. Welcoming her opponent to the ring from the red corner, Letizia Campana.
Baseline pumps through dark and night, flashing lights ignite the sight. Crowd moves like a wave of sound, lost in rhythm all around. Feel the beat pulse through your veins, electric surge, no one complains. DJ changes. touch the sky.
Introducing to you first, find out the blue corner, wearing black with gold trim. Official weight, 51.5 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 11 victories, 8 losses, and 1 bout even. Representing Thailand, please give it up for Angre Soon Gila Ban Ho. And her opponent fighting out of the red corner, wearing red with gold trim. Official weight 51.8 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 7 victories, 9 losses, and no bouts even. Hailing out of France, please give it up for Letizia Campana. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Tanin Pupiu. And the 3 judges going ringside, Mr. Warwood Yunkao, Mr. Chris Sanyade, and Mr. Carlos Costa.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 5th fight of the night, contested at 112 pounds. This is a female flyweight fight. We're starting round 1, contested over 6 rounds. We have France versus Thailand. Letizia Campana in the red shorts against Ang Lee Bang Po Sport Gym in the black shorts and the gold trim.
So as you can see, 2-minute rounds here, just a little bit different to the fights we've seen previously. So 2 minutes to get things done inside 6 rounds. You can't take much time off. Now, we've seen Campana fight several times before. We've seen Ang Lee fight several times before. They're very, very slow starters, which is something you can't really be in 6-round fights. You've just got to kind of take the pace to them. But a great jab upstairs landed by Ang Lee.
Yeah, good work here from both female fighters, throwing that jab out. Both of them stepping in with big shots, just missing. Both of them taking to the back foot as soon as the other one steps in. And a good hook there from Campana.
Campana setting up that left hook nicely with the right hand upstairs. And as you know, the right hand sets up the left hook well, and vice versa. You want your opponent to move into the shot. So great moves here by Campana already. I'd like to see Ang Lee get a little bit more active with the jab. Otherwise, Campana's just going to keep firing that same combination. Right hand, left hook, or left hook, right hand.
Both females happy to be in the center of the ring. Campana just backing Ang Lee up and then allowing her to come forward again. As we see, they take the center again. Maybe Campana can just back Ang Lee up, keep her against those ropes, not give her the space that she wants. And a good left hook there again from Campana.
So Campana's now starting to take control of this round so far. More active, more aggressive, and definitely more accurate with some of these shots. I mean, Ang Lee needs to give something Campana to worry about, really. Start going to the body, start digging down with some overhand rights right now. And a great end to the round for both of these fighters. We're going to get some action replays in just a moment, but a very interesting round. Slow start, and it started to pick up a little bit with Campana starting to land some heavier shots upstairs. And it all started with Ang Lee's right hand and jab down the middle, which really got the attention of Campana, woke her up, and then she started to get more aggressive. So only 6 rounds to really impress the judges. Now 6 rounds, usually you can have a round off, but when it's 2-minute rounds, you've got to go forward. You've got to do something a little bit differently as well. So you can see right now, there may be a bit of a longer waiting period as well. So some promotions will give 2-minute rounds with also a 2-minute rest. Sometimes it's 2-minute rounds with a 1-minute rest. And sometimes you'll notice that the corners are not entirely sure, so they're just kind of waiting it out for the referee to bring them in as well. And that is the bell for seconds out. It looks like we're getting into the second round.
Round 2 of a scheduled 6. As said before, 2-minute rounds here.
Back to what we saw earlier on here, Ollie. Just both fighters kind of exchanging jabs. And a great right hand attempted, and that right hand got through. So Campana has got the accuracy with that right hand already.
Yeah, strong right hand there from Campana. Ang Lee just sort of controlling the air, sticking that jab out, but it's not deterring Campana. It's not disrupting her rhythm.
And that's the important thing here. You've got to deter your opponent from fighting their fight. You either do something differently or you find a counter to what they're doing well. We can already see Campana is landing that right hand, so we really need to see Ang Lee start stepping to her right and start taking away the power of Campana's right hand.
Campana doing really well here to back Ang Lee up. She steps in with that jab, but then she gives Ang Lee the space to come back, take the center of the ring again. And I think Campana's doing really well when she's stepping in and sticking that right hand on the end. She's had some good success with it so far in the fight.
Yeah, Campana to me is definitely edging this round, but some good hands landed there by Ang Lee. So Ang Lee starting to push the pace, but she needs to do more of this because right now Campana is still, to me, landing the cleaner, better shots, but we're starting to see Ang Lee pick it up ever so slightly now. Less than a minute to go for round number 2.
Ang Lee having some good success when she's looking to counter punch when Campana's coming in. Instead of stepping back, sometimes she's standing there and she's throwing her own counter shots, which is working well for her in this fight so far. And you see there, Campana taking a little bit of time off, maybe not so wanting to stepping out with these big shots after experiencing a few counter punches from Ang Lee.
Clapper for 10 seconds, final moments here, and we can see Ang Lee on that back foot. Campana landing a flurry upstairs. Finting away, a nice right to the body, followed up by that left hook upstairs. So Campana's definitely got the combinations that are working well. We're going to see some of these action replays here. So Campana really reaching with that right hand. She knows it landed early on, which tends to be a situation where if you know it's landed clean once, you tend to overthrow it. And I'd like to see Campana go back to behind that jab and disguising the right hand, almost using the jab as a smoke screen. You know, Bernard Hopkins used to do this all the time. Block the vision with the jab. Don't even land with the jab and throw that right hand behind the jab. You've got to disguise the right hand. You cannot spam the same move and expect it to work every time. Ang Lee, for me right now, isn't doing enough to keep someone like Campana away from her. She's almost just inviting her action without really giving too much away. Now, we saw Ang Lee have some moments in that round where she was quite aggressive, but to me, it's just not enough right now.
And we are going into round 3 of a scheduled 6.
So as you can see here, Campana in those red Spartan shorts, some of the best shorts we've seen so far, almost beating fight number 3 shorts. But then we've got Ang Lee in those black and gold shorts. Both fighters just a little bit of a clash of heads here, but definitely accidental.
And a good body shot there from Campana before the referee warned them about the clash of heads. And we see some marking over left eye of Campana.
I'd like to point out that that marking was already there before the heads clashed as well. So depending on whether or not they believe that was from the headbutt, or maybe the headbutt was actually opening up a little bit more, that can really be a decider in this fight right now. And you can see Ang Lee now coming alive with these combinations, but the blood is starting to trickle down the left-hand side here of Campana. And these are the cuts that can stop fights because it blocks the vision of the fighter.
Some good combinations between both of these fighters. When they're exchanging, both of them throwing some heavy flurries. Good jab and across there from Ang Lee stepping in.
Ang Lee looking a little bit more fresh now on the foot, just on the balls of her feet, dancing around, but still willing to take shots on her guard. And the interesting thing is, judges will be seeing this as good shots being landed as well. So Ang Lee, to me, needs to be more active now. We're already halfway into this fight. You need more activity to win these rounds.
Campana creeping forward. Jab attempt there from both fighters.
And things are starting to calm down ever so slightly now. Final moments of round number 3. Good flurry landed there by Campana. And we often see in the final 10 seconds, both fighters start to land more shots. Big body shot landed there at the end of the 3rd round by Ang Lee. Great right hook to the body. But again, it's one of those fights so far where it seems like both fighters are just taking too much time off in between rounds. Here we see some of these action replays. So nice jumping left up, but what I was talking about earlier was in between these rounds, and what I mean is in the fight that's happening, there's a lot of gaps. A lot of moments where neither fighter are engaging or doing much. I think they need to push the pace ever so slightly because the rounds are a lot closer than they need to be. And we can get a little bit more of a zoom in on the corner of Campana. Now it is on the opposite side, and you can see her corner going to work with the Vaseline on that cut.
Yeah, as you said, neither fighter seems to be too in control of this fight. When they come together, they clash, they throw flurries opposite each other. And then
neither fighter seems like they're trying to find a counter in between as well, almost like I'm just going to stick with my game plan and hope it works. I'd like to see him start mixing things up here as well.
Round 4 of 6. Let's see what happens here. Someone needs to pick up the pace.
So as you can see here, we have France taking on Thailand. Campana in the red. Ang Lee in the black and gold shorts. So already halfway through this fight. And to me, I do think Campana is edging this fight. She's landed some great right hands and left hooks upstairs, but I still think it's a lot closer than we realize. You know, we know often in Thailand, the judges tend to favor the aggressive fighters, the fighter that goes forward and tries to do a lot.
Yeah, and Campana is definitely the aggressor in this fight so far. Ang Lee just happy to sit back, control the air, throw the jab out now and again. But Campana coming forward, starting these exchanges, counter-punching too.
And we can see now Ang Lee using that jab almost as a fencing tool, just springing it out, but a great jab as well. So she disguised that feint into a jab. And a great right hand upstairs, but again, there's not much behind these shots sometimes. A lot of arm punches going on, but some great body work being landed now by Ang Lee. The fight's starting to pick up, and the cut looks like it's opening up once again.
And this is what we want to see more from Ang Lee. She does well when she comes forward, and it initiates these exchanges. She's doing good here. This is a better second half to the round.
Campana still very active with that jab and that right hand as well. So this is the great thing by Campana. She just flicks that right hand, not much telegraphing going on anymore, just throwing that right hand, and it's been working for her very well. But Ang Lee's starting to pick up the pace now, but it is round number 4, halfway already gone.
10 seconds left in the round. The referee breaks them from the clinch. Some good exchanges here. Campana and a good counter right hand there. Ang Lee fires back. A strong end to the round.
So we'll see some of these action replays here. So flurries being exchanged, then Campana gets right out of range. Very nicely done by Campana to really just get her points in and then really get away from the damage. But Ang Lee, to me, had a very good round there. Very strong round for Ang Lee. Came forward when she needed to, went to the body. But Campana, to me, still edging it with these nice right hands. But I also feel it would be very difficult to judge these fights as well, because both fighters seem to be landing a similar amount of punches. It just depends. Are you just going for the accuracy of Campana, or are you going for the activity of Ang Lee in that round? A very interesting round to score.
A great round from both fighters. Very excited to look at this 5th round coming up now. Will Ang Lee continue to push the pace forward? But I think she knows she cannot stand there and trade with the powerful Campana. Both fighters to center ring now.
Nice jab to start the action so far. So Campana very nice with that 1-2 upstairs. The move that's been working. The left hook whipping in as well. Ang Lee finally firing these combinations right back.
Ang Lee going high, then going low. Good 1-2, so good work. Campana locks her up in the clinch.
And I like this from Ang Lee, starting to push the pace against Campana. Campana is the taller and I think stronger fighter here as well, with a great right hand. Ang Lee needs to smother that right hand, and we see a hit after the clinch, and we've seen this from Campana before. She loses her temper quite often in this ring. We've seen it happen before. You should not be hitting your fighter after a clinch like that. You've got to stay calm. Don't give anything away.
especially this late in the fight. Campana cannot afford to get too frustrated. Stick to a game plan. Good right hand there from Ang Lee.
And Ang Lee looking more fresh. That was a great right hand upstairs. And both fighters in the clinch. And like you said, you don't want to get into a situation where you might be losing a point. You've just got to stick to your game plan. I do believe Campana has the right style to win, but she's also getting very frustrated. And once you get frustrated, you make more mistakes. She needs to remain calm here.
Absolutely. This late in the round wastes energy as well. You're this frustrated. Good exchanges. Ang Lee doing good work here, coming forward, throwing that 1-2 down the pipe. Good left hook there from Ang Lee.
And Ang Lee just looks a little bit more fresh with this nice head movement going on as well. I mean, I'm sure she's very tired, but she's doing what she needs to do, jabbing with the right hand and then clinching her opponent. I like to see her maybe just avoid that clinch and just try fight on the inside as well. Final moments of this round. Great flurry landed by Campana. Both fighters exchanging lever in the center of the ring. Great right hand and left hook there landed by Campana. What an end to the round that was by both of these fighters. We'll see some action replays, but it looks like we're going to a sixth and final round. So we see the left hand to right hand upstairs there, landed by Ang Lee. I mean, early on I thought Ang Lee was really just winning that round, but we saw some moments in that round where Campana started to land shots. I think the only thing that may have affected Campana's chance of winning that round is the frustration she was showing to everybody. Now, showing frustration in the ring is not going to lose you points, but it does kind of play in the judges' scorecards on their minds, because they may see it as a fight as kind of getting worried inside that ring, which also means she'll make more mistakes and it'll make it look like Ang Lee's combinations are landing cleaner than they actually are. So sometimes you've got to remain calm and strong, even in situations where you feel like your opponent's doing something a little bit dirty.
Absolutely. Towards the end there, we had some brilliant work from Campana, and she can't afford to let her frustration overlook that in the eyes of the judges.
And you know, this is boxing at the end of the day, so there's going to be frustrations.
And sixth round, we have Campana from France in the red shorts against Ang Lee from Thailand in the black and gold shorts. And a great start to the round. Another good exchange from our fighters here. Both need to be careful. They're catching each other with these big counter left hooks.
I mean, both fighters must feel like they're not a favorite. A big right hand there by Ang Lee. They can't believe they're favorites in this round. And maybe this is the sixth and final round that they feel like they need to show that they've won this fight, because it could be a very even fight. We know Thai judges tend to favor the aggressive forward fighters, but they also tend to favor the fighters who throw punches and bunches as well. So to me, this is one of those good clashes where Campana to me is the aggressor, but Ang Lee is throwing more punch combinations.
Yes, very difficult fight to score. I feel we got a battle of two halves. Good flurry there from Campana. Ang Lee starting a bit slower in the first opening rounds, but then towards the end, really finding her groove.
Yeah, this has been one of those opposite fights where, you know, Campana to me was really starting the fight very well, and now Ang Lee is starting to edge it towards the end as well. But to me, it's been a very, very good fight. I mean, quite even in my view. I'd be very, very torn on deciding who's winning this fight. And both fighters in central ring. Ang Lee a little bit more active on the footwork. Campana lands some good combinations. Final 30 seconds, and we see the frustrations once again of Campana getting the better of her.
Good work there on the inside from Campana. 20 seconds left here on the clock.
You've got to just stay cool, calm and collected. In situations like this, the referee can't save you all the time. You've just got to get behind that jab, believe in the right hand. Final moments of this round. This is where we saw them come alive last time. But you've also got to see Campana's grabbing Ang Lee. You can't just grab your opponent like that. You can't just keep grabbing. I mean, I do not like Campana's attitude towards that. You can't be showing visible frustration like that. I mean, especially in time where everything's all about respect. You should now just accept the fight is over. Two people went to town, punching each other. We saw in these replays, great body work by Ang Lee here. Campana now just grabbing around the back of the head. And this is the thing, Campana's got to accept she got lucky to just keep grabbing your opponent. You can clinch to slow down the action, but you can't grab your opponent. So you've got to be very careful with what you're complaining for sometimes. But here we are with Peter Denman with the official announcement. I am not sure who won that fight, but don't go anywhere, folks. We've got more coming up. We're halfway through this event.
Our souls are made. Echoes of Russia side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made. Echoes of roars fuel our rage. Warriors trapped inside a cage. Pain and fear means nothing here. Eyes on the prize will persevere.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first judge scores it. Mr. Waterwood Cow scores it 57-57, a draw. Second judge, Mr. Christian Yede scores it 55-59 for the blue corner. And the last judge, Mr. Carlos Costa, scores it 56-58 for your winner by way of majority decision. Fighting out of the blue corner, Angre Bangkok Sports Gym.
Bruised, but still we stand. Dreams of glory in our hands. Broken bones and shattered dreams. Chase the light as darkness screams. Rise of legends side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made. Echoes of Russian.
All right then, this next bout scheduled for 6 rounds of super welterweight action. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Yong Bin Song. Welcoming to the ring his opponent from the red corner, Avzalbek Kuranbayev.
Yeah. Dumbbells clang, shadow box in the mirror. Dreams of the belt, vision getting clearer. Sweat hits the mad grind, never ends. Highland hustlers destined to transcend. Punching at the bag, gloves stained with fight. Round after round, battle shining bright. Footwork fierce, got the moves to evade. Knuckles full of fury, every debt repaid. Highland grind, we're champions.
Introducing to you first, finding out the blue corner, wearing black with yellow trim. Official weight 69 kilograms, with a perfect professional boxing record of 8 victories with no losses. Hailing out of and proudly representing South Korea. Please give it up for Yong Bin Song. And his opponent fighting out the red corner. Official weight 70.2 kilograms, with boxing record of 9 victories, 1 loss, and 1 bout even. Hailing out of and proudly representing Tajikistan. Please give it up for Avzalbek Kuranbayev. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Christian Yede. And the 3 judges scoring ringside, Mr. Waterwood Cow, Mr. Tanin Pupu, and Mr. Carlos Costa.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our 6th fight of the night. It is a super welterweight fight, contested at 154 pounds. We have in the red corner Avzalbek Kuranbayev from Tajikistan. He is in the black shorts against Yongbin Song from South Korea, wearing the black shorts with the gold trim. This fight will be contested over 6 rounds, and we are about to start our first round.
Very interesting matchup here. The young Bin Song with an undefeated record, 8 wins, 0 losses, against the tough Avzabaljek Kurambev with the 11 fights, 9 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. A very interesting matchup. Southpaw against an orthodox.
See Yongbin Song just controlling with that lead hand there, that right hand.
Yongbin Song with that southpaw stance. You'll notice he's trying to use that jab to measure his opponent, get that right leg on the outside of his opponent, and then deliver that left hand down the middle. And of course, Avzalbek is going to be doing the exact same thing. They're both battling for that lead leg. They're trying to get that lead leg on the outside. And you can see him step in right now with the lead leg. And there it is. Beautiful stuff to get that right hand down the middle. Great work by both of these fighters so far.
Good jab there from Yongbin Song. Using that lead hand well, just letting it float out, controlling the lead hand of Avzalbek, and then putting forward a stiff jab. It's hard to read it. Coming from a southpaw with that front hand out. Good right hand. Good right hook, left hand.
And you see a great clash of styles here, and 2 different countries really demonstrating their styles well. I mean, you can see that great right hand to the body, doesn't commit too much to it, just touches him there. So Avzalbek, to me, is boxing beautifully right now, and you can see that almost that Soviet-style boxing, very light on the feet, very light with the hands, not committing to big shots, touching his opponent, and as soon as he finds it, he'll then go to town. But some great footwork and hand placement here by Avzalbek.
Absolutely, looking very calm, and then just throwing these shots forward. Pops that right hand out to the head, to the body. Not giving too many reads on it.
I mean, Yongbin Song, he's 8-0 right now, an undefeated fighter, but he's up against, to me, one of the toughest fighters he's ever faced so far. He's up against an absolute footwork master, and I think Yongbin Song right now in this first round is going to have his best round, but he's got to realize that eventually Avzalbek will start tearing you up as soon as he finds those opening in the later rounds. The first round for these types of fighters, for people like Avzalbek, they come alive in the later rounds after they've got all that information on you.
Yeah, much better second half of the round for Avzalbek. Not letting Yongbin Song control him too much. That right hand comes out lovely. No reads on it, just straight out like a jab.
Yongbin Song with a nice turning move, but he's starting to get those jabs in a little bit more. Yongbin Song, to me, isn't giving enough for his opponent to really worry about. He's just allowing him to get toyed with. But this is the beauty of the boxing style that is Avzalbek. He is constantly working you. He's constantly foot faking you. So what Yongbin Song needs to do is dig down to the body, but keep that range for as long as you possibly can. You need to keep that jab pumping, but you need to make it a stiff jab. You want Avzalbek to walk onto your shot to prevent him moving towards you any further. As soon as you allow Avzalbek to get his rhythm, that's when you start losing the fight. Yongbin Song has got to work out the rhythm that is Avzalbek and disrupt that rhythm. You've got to find some situations where you can stop your opponent in his tracks.
Very much a battle of rhythms. As you say, that first round, I feel the beginning of the round, Yongbin Song was all his rhythm. He was controlling the pace, controlling the lead hand of Avzalbek. But the second half of the round there, all Avzalbek finding his rhythm. As you said, against the southpaw, stepping that lead foot to the outside and coming down the middle with that cross. Great first round, and now we enter the second round of a scheduled 6.
I mean, to me, this is just beautiful boxing. I mean, these 2 fighters, to me, are demonstrating just great boxing, exactly what it's all about. Great footwork, great hand placement, and just a lot of respect inside that ring as well. Great stuff by both of these fighters.
And Yongbin Song going to that body, using that jab
Youngbin Song to me is just being a little bit too friendly here. You've got to dig down to the body. If it goes down low, south of the border, let the fighter complain before you apologize. Just keep it going. You do not want to be friends with your opponent in that ring. You need to have alligator blood sometimes and just really start digging it down. Turn this into a dogfight if you need to.
Yeah, need to give Asvelbek something to worry about. Doesn't look like the jab's deterring him too much, nor the straight to the body. Asvelbek happy to come forward, throw these strong shots, looking like the stronger of the two, and a good counter backhand there from Bin Young Song.
We see some blood trickling out somewhere. I can't really see where it's coming from just yet, but Asvelbek starting to find his groove, starting to get a little bit better with the combinations. And, you know, the referee's very much involved, but I think you've just got to let this fight kind of carry on. I think the heads are completely fine, but there we see the bleeding over the left eye. I mean, look, southpaw against orthodox, head clashes are so common, and these types of things are very, very normal as well. Great work by both fighters so far.
Bin Young Song doing well here on the back foot, but Asvelbek coming through again, working the body. That backhand is just finding a home, coming straight down the middle. But Bin Young Song just smothering it a little bit by bringing his head in close. And I feel the referee's giving him a warning here.
I mean, Youngbin Song, to me, should just start getting on that back foot. He's not going to win an inside battle, in my view, against someone like Asvelbek. I think the medium to close range is Asvelbek's comfort, and Youngbin Song's best attribute is being on that back foot with the jab, with the check hook, and with that straight left hand down the middle. But as soon as he gets into the corner, to me, that's where Asvelbek is really going to outwork you. So I see Asvelbek is just great at getting you where he wants to. He finds a way to get you to the corner of the ring, and he keeps doing it with feints and left and rights, and it's beautiful stuff indeed.
Yeah, great work from Asvelbek. Bin Young Song doing very well when he's on that back foot, as you said. But right now, he seems to want to get close, put his head on the chest of Asvelbek. Good work there. See him duck down.
I mean, credit to Youngbin Song. I mean, he has taken the fight, to me, which looks like a stronger, not necessarily a better boxer, but someone who's got just great footwork and just great hand placement. So credit to Youngbin Song. But Asvelbek has got to realize all of these moves he's now pulling out, he's still got this young man in front of him still going strong.
And end of the round, we go to our replays. Bin Young Song doing very well. A slippery customer, hard for Asvelbek to deal with there at that close range.
And we see those right hands and left hands being exchanged. So if you're watching it now, we spoke about orthodox against southpaw. It's that lead leg on the outside before delivering that backhand. And you can see in these replays, both fighters are throwing the same style combinations. It's just whoever throws them a little bit more and is a little bit more active with the footwork tends to win these exchanges. And that to me is why, you know, we can see with Asvelbek, he's winning this fight in my view because he's just a little bit more active with the footwork. He's finding angles, he's pivoting as much as he possibly can. But the difference here is Asvelbek is now bleeding, and Youngbin Song to me is just starting to get a little bit more started. I mean, that first round was a little bit slow. That second round was great for Youngbin Song. So I'm curious how this third round is going to play out. Halfway through this fight already.
And we are in round 3 of a 6. We have Asvelbek in the black shorts against Youngbin Song in the black shorts with the gold trim.
And you can see the 1-2 being implemented right now by Asvelbek, being a little bit more active. And you can see he's holding that right hand a little bit higher now as well. So definitely respecting the power of Youngbin Song.
And the referee warns him there. Youngbin Song looking to stay a bit more on the back foot. Maybe advice from the corner to work on that back foot more, keep that range. He had some success with that counter backhand last round.
And you've got to give credit again to Youngbin Song. He's definitely got a lot of strength just pushing Asvelbek right. But some great combinations being landed here. I mean, it started off where I thought, you know, someone like Asvelbek would just really outwork you with the footwork. But once your opponent isn't deterred by what you're doing, it's very hard to work out how you can win this fight.
Yeah, Bin Young Song doing well to get close to him and smother these shots, but won't always win you the fight if you're not boxing. And Asvelbek coming forward, doing all the work. Good left hook there from Asvel Beck.
And as you said, he's smothering the shots, which to me is the right move, but you've got to have something off it as well. But he's going to the body, and I think these body shots are definitely hurting Youngbin Song now. I mean, to me, he almost took a knee there as well, but the referee didn't call it, and there's that knee. And I think that was what he tried to do originally, so I think he was still recovering from that first knockdown. And this is what I was talking about. He's smothering the shots, but not really doing much with it. And after you smother a lot, it gets really tiring.
And a good game plan by Asvel Beck. Sometimes when the head's moving, the body's not going to move so much. So it's good to go to the body there.
I don't know why the referee stopped that one, because that to me was where Youngbin Song was about to go to the canvas. To me, Youngbin Song was just gifted 30 more seconds of this round.
And a good left hook there from Asvel Beck.
The referee to me is way too involved at the moment. He's got to let them fight on. I know he's complaining about the heads, but sometimes the heads are going to clash. Let the fight carry on. A great left hook to right hand and to the body. Youngbin Song goes and he makes it to his feet once again. And to me, I think he's had enough, but he wants to carry on. But to me, it looks like he might be going down again. Asvel Beck looks like he's going to just put the pressure on here and just try and take this man out.
30 seconds left on the clock. Asvel Beck goes high, throws a hook, goes to the body again, and a lovely right hand there from Asvel Beck. Bin Yon Song, can he survive? And a jab and a body shot to knock Bin Yon Song down.
And that was a great fight. Two great styles, two great fighters. And look at the respect here in comparison to the fight we saw before that, where I did not see that same respect. We see the respect between these two fighters. There was head clashes, there was low blows, but neither fighter complained. They both just got on with it. But look at this final sequence. Left hook rocking him and then digging to the body. I mean, it was just a beautiful sequence of punches. And I think eventually Youngbin Song could never recover from these body shots, and any shot to his chin was already going to put him down. To me, it was the body shots that did it. Beautiful fight by two great fighters. And here we saw Peter Denman.
Red corner, Asvel Beck, Kuranbayev.
Souls are made. Echoes of roars fuel our rage. Warriors trapped inside a cage.
This next bout is scheduled for 3 rounds of amateur boxing. Welcoming to the ring from the blue corner, Thakul Huat Pradit. Welcoming to the ring from the red corner, Lee Huang Ang.
She works all day, also finds sweat on her brow. She's on my mind. Clock strikes 10, the night is ours. We all the night, the midnight hours. Heights are low, body sway, keep it moving, no delay. Chasing dreams, look how we rise. Eyes on fire, hypnotized. Feel the beat, 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 take control. Let it roll, 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 lose your soul. Feel the heat, heat, heat on the floor. Wanna know more, more, give me more.
Introducing to you first fighting out the blue corner, hailing out of Thailand. Please give it up for Thakul Huat Pradit. And his opponent fighting out the red corner, representing Vietnam. Please give it up for Lee Huang Ang. And your referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Chris Sanyadet.
Okay, folks, here we are for the, well, first amateur fight of this event. I mean, just kind of sneaked its way in here. So what we have here, we have in the red corner, Lee Hong An, and in the blue corner, we have Tahan from Thailand. So Vietnam taking on Thailand this amateur bout. Now, you'll notice the big difference here is they will be wearing vests. Their gloves are a little bit heavier, and they're also wearing head guards. So amateur boxing and pro boxing are scored very, very differently. In amateur boxing, it's all about just scoring points with very clear shots. So they're trying to land almost in the center of the person they're fighting. So the front of the face and the front of the body, it's very hard to score points hitting the side of the head. I mean, sometimes the referee can call it if they hit the side of the ref in amateur boxing. And also, knockdowns does not necessarily mean a 10-8 round. The referee can give a standing count at any point he feels that the fighter needs a little bit of a breather. It does not affect the point of the fight. Here we are, round number one, scheduled for 3 2-minute rounds. Vietnam taking on Thailand in this young amateur boxing fight.
Very fast start here from both fighters, but as you said, it is a 3-round fight, as amateur are usually contested over.
This is all about scoring points. A great left hook landed here by Lee Hong Han, and he's just taking the fight to Tahan. So neither fighter, to me, boxing like amateurs. They're boxing like professionals right now. They're swaying with the shots. Great hook to the body landed there by Lee Hong An.
Yeah, these young men don't look like they're too particularly cared about point scoring in this first round.
And that's the thing with younger fighters. They don't tend to have the same worry as well. They just like to kind of go toe-to-toe, and that's what we're seeing right now. So to me, like I said, this is an amateur fight, but they're definitely boxing like professionals. A great right hook there landed by Tahan.
Good work there from Lee Tahan. Good work from both these young men. Look like the head guard could be bothering Lee Hong An slightly. Looks like it is blocking his view.
And this is the interesting thing. They might be getting rid of all of the head guards in amateur boxing for that exact reason, blocking the vision, but also people tend to hit even harder to the head when there's a head guard on as well. So this is one of those interesting things about amateur boxing, is the head guard helping them. Final moments of round number one.
And a great round there from both these young men, who hopefully have a great future ahead of them.
Yeah, great round for both of them. Both of them very active. Both of them just really standing there, trying to work each other out. Great round by Lee Hong An and Tahan here. A very good pace for both of these young fighters as well. Great to see young fighters already stepping in the ring, already getting that experience in a venue such as this as well. A very close round for both of these fighters. Very well done indeed.
And as you pointed out, the difference between amateur and pro, there's been very successful pro boxers with great amateur careers, and then there's been great amateurs that haven't done so well when they've moved to the pro ranks.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about amateur boxing is amateur style doesn't usually move well into professional boxing because it's a different point scoring system. Very rarely do you get a good amateur boxer do really well in the pros with the same style. They usually have to adapt and change what they've done in amateurs. But here we are, round number two, Thailand taking on Vietnam. Some great work by both of these young fighters, just going toe-to-toe with the left hooks and right hooks. And a right hook, but to me it was a slip. Lee Hong An slips to the canvas. Tahan might believe he's got the power to put this man down.
Good job there from Tahan, working better on the outside. Gets his head knocked back though. Lee Hong An just readjusting that head guard again.
Lee Hong An with some great footwork, but Tahan goes to the body with a right hook as well. Very nice left hook upstairs landed by Lee Hong An there as well. And Tahan with the rear uppercut, just missing the target.
And a slower round here from these two young men. Doing well on the back foot, Lee Hong-an, but also doing very well coming forward is Young Tahan.
Great swing and a miss there by Lee Hong-an. And then we see Tahan coming forward now, just trying to find the opening. Some good head movement by Tahan as well. And you can see Lee Hong-an just calling a halt to the action, saying that, complaining of low blow. But straight back into the action. Less than a minute to go for round number 2.
And a good right hand there from Lee Hong-an. Doing very well controlling the fight with his jab and a good left hook.
Lee Hong-an's got a great whipping left hook, and he goes to the body here. And Tahan, to me, looked like he was just a little bit hurt there, maybe a little bit out of breath after taking a big body shot. And it's very hard to take a shot like that in boxing. And you can see the referee is now just calling a halt to the action, telling him to just be very careful of going around the back of the head. Final moments of round number 2.
Tahan looks over to the corner for some advice. Brings that right hand down, does not want to get hit to that body again.
Great round by both of these fighters once again. The two young fighters in the ring putting on a display for people around the world. We see these action replays here. We see Tahan going down low. We see the nice head movement by Lee Hong-an. Both fighters just doing everything they can. And that was that right hand to the hip that we saw by Tahan that Lee Hong-an did want to call up to the referee. Nice right hand upstairs by Lee Hong-an. Attempts the body, but Tahan just dances his way from that. And that was that body shot that looked like it may have hurt Tahan, but Tahan did a really good job of recovering from that as well. Visibly hurt, but never once gave up. Great stuff there by Tahan as well. So you can see both corners giving the final instruction for the third and final round. Both fighters fighting absolutely brilliantly and just giving it their all for this third and final round.
Great fight so far from these two young men.
Clapping the gloves together. Lee Hong-an just wants to go for a big fight, and he's swinging for the fences right now. Big body shot, right hand. Tahan in the corner takes a really big shot there. The referee giving him a count, and the referee is waving it off, and that was just a very, very nice shot by Lee Hong-an. But we got to make sure Tahan is okay. I mean, credit to both of these fighters getting in that ring, putting on such a great fight. We'll see these action replays here. So both fighters just swinging upstairs and downstairs, but I think there was that body shot which really hurt Tahan. And then Lee Hong-an just relentlessly goes upstairs with a big shot to the head as well. And I think Tahan was just so out of breath after taking such a big body shot, which that type of body shot puts anybody to the canvas. Great fight by both of these two fighters, and I'm sure we'll see them again. We'll go to Peter Denman with the official announcement right now. But the doctors are in the ring making sure he's okay as well. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got more fights coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 2 minutes, your winner by way of third round TKO, fighting out of the red corner. Next bout is scheduled for 10 rounds of action, and it is for the ABF Super Lightweight title. Holding first to the ring from the blue corner, Kampi Payong. Welcoming to the ring his opponent from the red corner, Raymond Yanong. the ring, คุณนฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชา and Mr. Brico Sante. May I please ask everybody to stand up and pay your respects to the national anthem of the fighters. ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติของนักมวยทั้งสองท่านด้วยครับ This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds of action, and it is for the ABF Super Lightweight Championship. Introducing to you first, find out the blue corner, wearing black with white trim, official weight 64 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 25 victories, 14 defeats, and 2 bouts even. Hailing out of and proudly representing Thailand. Please give it up for Kampi Payom. And his opponent wearing red with black trim. Official weight 64 kilograms with a professional boxing record of 15 victories, 10 losses and 1 bout even. Hailing out of and proudly representing the Philippines. Please give it up for Raymond Yanong. And the referee in charge of the action once it begins, Ajahn Warud Khao, and the 3 judges scoring ringside, Mr. Chris Sanyadet, Mr. Carlos Costa, and Mr. Tanin Pumpiu.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for the 7th fight of the night. This fight is for the ABF Super Lightweight title. We have the Philippines versus Thailand. In the red corner, we have Raymond Yanong wearing the red shorts with the black trim, and he will be facing Kampi Payom from Thailand. He is wearing the black shorts. This fight is scheduled for 10 rounds, and we're about to get underway with our first round. Good opening jabs here from Raymond.
So we've seen Raymond fight here several times before as well. Very familiar, but of course with his opponent as well. And when you're familiar with a ring, you know all the weak points of the ring. You know the sides of the ring very well. You know how everything feels in there. So it's a very entertaining matchup when both fighters are very comfortable in the same environment.
And Kampi looking to come low. He's thrown that body shot a few times. Good work there from Raymond, high and low.
Raymond doing a great job to touch upstairs, touch downstairs, really giving his opponents something to worry about. As we've seen all this evening, is a lot of fighters starting very slow in the first 30, 45 seconds of the fight. But we're seeing right now both fighters are already proving what power they've got. Great body work here by Raymond Yanong.
And as you say, there's good work from both of them as you would compliment Raymond there. Both going to the body, left and right, and then going high.
Yeah, Kampi is a very tough fighter as well. He likes to get stuck in there. He likes to kind of just dig down deep when he starts throwing combinations. And there we see it, just digging those uppercuts in. He'll hit your elbows, he'll hit your arms, but he's constantly trying to attack you. Great shots here being landed by Raymond as well.
Yeah, and Raymond just standing so strong. Very good range when he's working the body, going high, going low. He's almost boxing the body on the outside, whereas Campy more coming in close, and a good left hook there by Raymond.
And very much what a Thai fighter and a Filipino fighter fight like. We've got the Filipino fighter very aggressive and very much trying to blitz his opponent with big combinations. And of course the Thai fighter very active with the hooks to the body as well. So a great matchup so far for this title fight. Exactly what you expect to see in a title fight. Great right hand upstairs.
And these uppercuts working very well for Campy, coming through the guard of Raymond. But Raymond looking so strong, just coming around that guard of Campy. Strong shots here.
Both fighters as well holding central ring. Often when you get hooked fighters, they want to get you in the corner. They want to get you against the ropes. But both fighters very comfortable. A great leaping uppercut here as well by Campy. So Campy, to me, doing a great job with that leading uppercut.
And strong shots here from Raymond.
Hitting the arms though. They're not getting through. They're hitting the arms. And I love this lead uppercut. That is Campy. Campy just throwing that uppercut through the guard. Great stuff indeed.
Yeah, Campy almost landing the cleaner shots out of the two. They may not sound so great, but they are getting through with that uppercut. He coming round with the right hand.
But we often see on the judges' scorecards, they don't always see the shots we see. We see every angle. We know which shot gets through. I think Campy is landing the cleaner shots, but the activity has got to go to Raymond here. Very even fight so far. Great combination to end that round by Raymond Yanong. So, as you know, Ollie, the judges favor aggressive front foot fighters. So to me, I think Raymond takes that first round. But here we are with the action replays. And it was that great combination. Taps upstairs, goes hard downstairs. The Mickey Ward special. Tap him upstairs, brings that guard up, and then cracks him to the body, looking for that floating rib or the solar plexus to put your man down. Great round for both of these fighters so far. That was probably to me the best punch of the round was that jumping left hook by Raymond Yanong. Landed it clean, but exactly what you want to see in a title fight for this ABF super lightweight title.
Absolutely beautiful boxing from both fighters. A very exciting first round. No slow start for these two men. Can this go the full 10 rounds? I'm very much looking forward to the rest of this fight.
And thank you everyone for tuning in on YouTube as well, around the world, supporting your fighters right now who are laying it on the line for this title.
And now we enter round two. And straight away from Raymond Yanong, wasting no time. Jab to the body by Campy. On the back foot now, Campy. Sticking that jab out.
You know, I've seen Raymond Yanong fight so many times where he will walk towards you. You could hit him with absolutely anything, a sledgehammer, and he would still walk towards you. His previous fight, he did the exact same thing. Walked his opponent down, took punishment, but eventually was the victor in the fight. I mean, he is one of the toughest fighters I've seen fight live. He just walks you down, which is the hardest thing for someone like Campy, because Campy's got to accept no matter what he hits his opponent with, he's still coming forward.
Yeah, very strong, continually moving forward. You have to ask yourself, can Campy keep this up for 10 rounds? Can he move backwards? And getting hit, even if it is to the guard, can be very tiring.
And like you said, even if it is to the guard, but as you know, even if you hold your guard up, you're still feeling the brunt of those shots. It's still vibrating you. It's still feeling like the shot's getting through. It might not be landing clean, but it's still getting through and taking the energy away from you. And that's what he does so well. He takes your best shot and just fires at you at all cylinders. He doesn't care if you have a big guard. He puts you down with a big right hand. And that is the speciality of this Filipino fighter, as strong as they come.
Yeah, and Campy looking a little wobbled there from a right hand that got through. And as you say, smashing the arms. It's hard to keep these hands up. Now Raymond going to work now. Campy not looking to escape. He's just looking to survive. Try move away from these shots. And he gets hit and he's down again. The referee will count him.
And he spun him around with that right hand. The referee counted him in, but we know he is a very tough fighter as well. Campi will not give up. He will need the referee to kind of help him in this situation, because I do not think he will ever give up. The referee might be stepping in here. We see him teeing off. You can hear people shouting to call this fight off, and that is enough. We have seen it again. Raymond Yanong has done it once again, stopped his fighter to win the ABF super lightweight title. What a performance, and just beautiful stuff here. We see the action replays.
Yeah, amazing work from Raymond. As strong as they come, moving forward, and eventually Campi was doing so well on the back foot, and eventually just wasn't moving his feet, couldn't get out of the way of these shots and just wearing him down. And you see that right hand that dropped him there, just coming around the side, going high, going low from Campi, works the body. A brilliant opening first round from both fighters, but Raymond taking it in the second round. And we're over to Peter Denman to announce our winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 2 minutes and 17 seconds, your winner by way of second round TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Raymond Yanong. Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout is for the WBA East Asia Featherweight Championship. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Sukrit Nakpricha. Welcoming to the ring from the red corner, Jermaine Hardison. May I please ask everybody to stand up and pay your respects to the national anthems of the fighters. ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติของนักมวยทั้งคู่ด้วยครับ
All
Ladies and gentlemen, this is scheduled for 8 rounds of action for the WBA East Asia Featherweight Championship. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, wearing white with blue trim, official weight 57.2 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 6 victories, 1 defeat, and no bouts even. Hailing out of and representing Thailand. Please give it up for Sukrit Nakpricha. And his opponent fighting out the red corner, wearing black. Official weight 57 kilograms, with a professional boxing record, undefeated, 4 victories and no losses. Hailing out of and proudly representing the United States of America. Please give it up for Jermaine Hardison. The supervisor, Mr. Damrong Simakajon Bun. And the referee in charge of the action, Mr. Tanafat Su Kiao. And the judges, Mr. Chavias Kruket, Mr. Chainat Han Wiset, and Mr. Nakin Kunsi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is our 8th fight of the night, in which we have America taking on Thailand. This fight will be for the WBC Asia Youth Featherweight title. It is contested at 126 pounds. In the red corner, we have Jermaine Hardison wearing the black shorts. He will be facing Thailand's Sukrit Nakpricha, who will be wearing the white shorts with the blue trim.
Okay, so 8 rounds scheduled. I mean, again, I've said it before, but we've seen Jermaine Hardison fight in this ring, and once you're familiar with the ring and the venue, you've already got a little bit of an advantage. You know where the weak points on that ring is. You know where the ropes are best. You know which corner is more favorable. It's one of those things of familiarity can sometimes help you win fights. If you're familiar with where you are, you don't really get zapped by the nervous energy in the room. You can make it a little bit easier for you to win the fights as well. So very curious to see how Jermaine Hardison has improved from his previous fights as well. He always puts on a great performance, but I feel like he's just got better and better in every fight we've seen him. 4 wins, 0 losses, taking on Sukrit Nakpricha, who is 6-1, so very even on the scorecards on paper so far. So curious to see how this one goes, Ollie.
Yes, very excited to watch these 2 young men. The corner's just adding some more tape to the fighters' gloves here before we get underway of the first round. Scheduled for 8 rounds this, once again for the WBC Asia Youth Featherweight title.
You know, we know Jermaine likes to have that very slick style of boxing as well. He tends to use that shoulder roll, the Philly shell. Likes to roll with the punches, likes to keep that jab going, very wide stance. Curious to see how he goes in, and there we see it right away. Both fighters meet in the center of the ring. And there we see it already. Hardison likes to flick that jab out. He gets that jab going to your body, and that is the perfect move to do to start off the round as well. You want to get to the body of your opponent as soon as you possibly can. Give them something to worry about. Control where their guard is going to go.
Yeah, good jab there from Hardison.
Hardison starting with the fence, but already I like that Sukrit isn't overreacting to the fence as well. The art of the feint is you want your opponent to believe that's the shot you're going to throw. And if Sukrit isn't reacting to it, he doesn't believe the shot's coming. Therefore, the feint is ineffective. You need to set up the feint a little bit more with more shots, more activity to the body and the head. And once you get those feints working for you, you technically are feinting your opponent into submission. Once the feints are winning, that's how you win the fight of boxing.
Yes, absolutely. The shots you want to land are the shots you don't want your opponent to see coming. And then the shots you want your opponents to react to are the shots that you over-choreograph. And right now, Sukrit is not reacting to any of these feints.
And that could be a testament to either Sukrit is just so wise to the feint, or he just doesn't have the respect level of the power of Hardison to really react to it. If he believes he can withstand the power, he isn't going to react to it necessarily. And you don't want to overreact either, because once you overreact, your opponent will just keep feinting you.
And Sukrit looking very calm here. No shows from Sukrit.
Starting to flick that jab out is Sukrit, but to me, Hardison very calm, looks very much in control. He's always very cool, calm, and collected as well. He likes to take his time as well, and this is just the way that he goes.
Yeah, doing very well at going high and low as Hardison. Bridging that gap, getting in close.
And this is what we love to see as well. A very nice opening round. Both fighters just doing everything they can to find the weaknesses of their opponent, download that information very early on, and then apply it in the later rounds as well without taking too much damage in the process.
Sukrit looked there to close the distance, but Hardison stepping back. Good at getting in and out as Hardison. Good body shot there, stepping in from Hardison. Strong body shot.
And those strong body shots are definitely going to pay well in the later rounds, because that's when your opponent will react a little bit more as well. As soon as your opponent reacts, that's when Hardison's going to come alive with some more combinations. Final moments of round number one.
Very different to our previous fight that we had here. A lot more of a tentative start. Good boxing from both boxers.
So here we have some action replays from the first round. So Hardison very active with that jab. Nice clubbing right hand to the body as well. I mean, Hardison did a great job to attack the body very early on. And the interesting thing about Hardison here, he isn't just hooking to the body like you often see with fighters. He's throwing the straight shot down the middle to the body of his opponent. And that jab to the body, you know, something that was probably made very famous by Floyd Mayweather and then utilized very well by people like Andre Ward as well. Dipping down, jabbing to the body is almost a forgotten punch in boxing. People don't often use it. It's a very high-risk punch as well, because you're very open to the counter. But to me, Jermaine Hardison's got the length of his arms that do very well to get that jab to the body working well for him. Great rounds by both fighters, but to me, Hardison edged that first round.
And this fight is for the WBA South Asia featherweight title, and it will be contested over 10 rounds. And now we start our second round. Referee bringing both fighters in.
Both fighters already in central ring, but you notice Jermaine Hardison takes the actual middle of the ring as well. A very nice move, allowing your opponent to feel they're in the center of the ring, but Jermaine Hardison is now controlling that ring a lot better. Good ring generalship by Jermaine Hardison so far.
Sukrit just looking to counter punch now, but Hardison just out the way of these shots.
But it's very hard to counterpunch a counterpuncher as well, because eventually you have to force them as well. So you've got to counter the counter, and that's what we were talking about. Jermaine dips down, changes levels, and then counters with the right hand. Very nicely done by Hardison here.
Sukrit jumps in there with his own shot, pushing the pace. And you see there, he's trying to throw that counter left hook. And then Hardison had success last time by coming back with the right hand.
Wide stance here by Hardison. Swing and a miss. A great jab landed there by Sukrit. And that's what Sukrit needs to be doing. He needs to be timing Hardison as he comes in. Jab right down the middle. And you don't need to jab to the head. Jab to the chest. Knock your opponent off guard with a nice jab right down the middle. If it hits the chest, great. If they duck the head down, it'll hit them right on the chin as well. Great move by Sukrit.
And Sukrit having more success with that counter left hook there when Jermaine stays in the pocket after he steps in. But Jermaine also come in with a nice overhand right that he lands on Sukrit, and again he lands it there.
Beautifully timed, so that jab to the body is now definitely paying off for Hardison. He's bringing the guard down of Sukrit to throw that overhand right as well. Hardison looks very much in control.
Can be a good shot there if he's used to Sukrit throwing that looping left hook. Can beat him to the punch with the right hand, and we've seen it land a few times. And he goes to the body. Missed there from Sukrit.
Hardison with the nice slick style as well. A very loose, high right hand and a very much a low jab as well. Swinging almost at his midsection. So just trying to time his opponent with that jab to throw that overhand right. Hardison with some great moves, but Sukrit with a nice 1-2 as well.
And now Sukrit looking like he's trying to move forward. The jab working well again for Hardison.
And I love that jab to the body as well. The jab to the body, just almost a move you don't see very often in boxing anymore, but a great move by Hardison. But Sukrit, to me, is starting to land more shots in this round. It looks like he's got some timing down, but he eats a right hand in the process.
And on the front foot now from Sukrit. Hardison doing well, working the body, hopping in. Just misses his own counter left hook there.
But every time Sukrit comes forward with a flurry, big right hand upstairs, lands clean. End of round 2. And when Sukrit comes forward and starts putting the flurries together, I think Jermaine Hardison's having a little bit of trouble. And, you know, Jermaine Hardison's a very, very slick fighter. But the way you beat a slick fighter is by smothering them. You smother their tactics. You don't allow them to have any rhythm. You just kind of force their action. And there we see that jab right down the middle landed by Sukrit. And that's the shot you need to throw. It doesn't need to go to the chin. It doesn't need to go to the chest. Go to the arm. Hit anywhere you can with that jab, and you'll knock your opponent off balance. Great round. I mean, look, judges' scorecard could have edged that one to Sukrit towards the end.
Yeah, Sukrit doing very well when he's moving forward with that counter left hook. Landing it there on Hardison towards the end of the round. Be interesting now to see how they come out in this third round. Once again, this is for the WBA South Asia featherweight title. We have USA competing against Thailand. Representing America is Jermaine Hardison in the black trunks. Against Thailand, Sukrit Nakpricha in the white trunks with the blue trim.
Both fighters already meeting in central ring, but like I said, Hardison gets in the center of the ring and holds it with a nice wide stance, which is a very nice move. Ring generalship definitely to Hardison, but Sukrit, as soon as he gets more active, I think Hardison is starting to wake up and realize that Sukrit is a lot trickier than he initially thought.
And Sukrit having a lot more success when he's countering now, moving his foot forward, not letting Hardison get in and get out. He's moving forward when he's striking and landing these shots as Hardison moves backwards. Battle of the jabs from both fighters. Both jabs working well for both fighters.
Good pivot so far by Sukrit. Hardison straight in with the clinch. I mean, a great way to close the gap very quickly is just clinching them, let the ref break you up. Big right hand misses. Jermaine complaining about a hit to the back of the head, but definitely unintentional. You see the fence starting to work for Hardison once again. But Sukrit is so out of range, which is why he's not reacting to these feints of Hardison. He knows his range very well, and he knows he doesn't need to react.
Yeah, two fighters here just on the outside of each other. One of them just has to cross that line to get on the inside, and this is where their counter punches are working really well.
It's definitely a jousting match right now. Both fighters know where that line is. They know where the danger zone is. And it's who wants to commit first. When you've got counter-puncher against a counter-puncher, you've then got to force counters with lots of feints and footwork. And that's what we're seeing by both of these fighters. Both have, I wouldn't say a similar style, but both have a counter-punching activity. Great check hook there by Hardison.
You see Sukrit just changing the angle of that hook before, throwing it quite long. Now bending the elbow a bit more, throwing it shorter. He's also trying to throw that counter right hand too.
I mean, the final minute of round number 3, a technical fight so far, technical warfare going on. Left hook downstairs, but definitely holding on the back of the head of Hardison. And Hardison looking like he's just a little bit slower at the moment. He's got to just, to me, withstand this onslaught of Sukrit, let Sukrit eventually tire himself out, and then Hardison can start piecing him up with great shots down the middle. Right swing and a miss. And that right hand is very hard to land on somebody who is in the center of the ring as well. You want them to be near the corner as well. Check hook just missed as well by Hardison.
And Hardison doing well when he goes to the body, but it's also difficult against someone who's going to throw that counter hook Can't have your hands too low and your chin up. You're going to get caught by it. And there we see counters from both. Sukrit advancing, but good double jab there. Good work to the body. That's the end of third round.
Very good round by both of these fighters. I mean, very hard to actually pick that fight. That round, I don't really know who took it, but we see these action replays. Both fighters in these replays landing big shots. You see Hardison gun downstairs with a big right hand there. And you can see a big jumping left hook by Hardison. Then, of course, Sukrit had that moment where he landed that right hand upstairs, but almost off balance as well. I mean, an even round. I don't think either fighter really dominated the other. I think the second round I would have give to Sukrit, the first round to Hardison. A very even fight so far on my unofficial scorecard, Ollie.
Yes, mine too. I mean, both fighters having a lot of success with almost the same things. As you say, they're on the outside. Oh, and as soon as one of them enters that range with the jab, both of them looking to throw that counter hook. And then they're looking to counter that counter hook with a counter right hand. So very much similar things working for both fighters here.
Yeah, and that's why it's such a chess match right now. You're almost thinking 4 moves ahead, but now you've got to start thinking 5 moves ahead of your opponent. But here we are, round number 4.
Be interesting here to see if any fighter makes the adjustments.
I mean, I'd be curious if Sukrit just took the fight to Hardison. If he just pushed the pace, went forward, how would Hardison deal with the onslaught of Sukrit at this point? But a great shot landed there by Hardison.
Good work there from Hardison coming in, but does he that counter left hook again when he resets?
And notice here, Sukrit holding a very high guard, and it's almost like he's trying to bait Hardison in to go to the body so he can counter him with that left hook. So it's almost that classic move of, I'll hold my hands up high so you go down low. You're forcing your opponent to throw shots where you want them to throw it. And I think it's a very good move by Sukrit, but I don't think Hardison's taken the bait necessarily.
No, Sukrit knows that this fight is 10 rounds. Maybe he's conserving his energy. He's not wasting too much. He has had a lot of success when he moves forward, but right now he's quite happy just being on the outside of that range, looking for these counter shots.
And again, you see what we were talking about earlier, Ollie, is like both fighters are trying to counter each other, which means often they're throwing the same counter at the same time, and it's just a tangle of arms where neither fighter are doing much of anything, but there's also a lot going on. That was a great right hand there by Hardison, but it looks like not much is going on, but there is so much psychology going on in this fight so far.
Absolutely. It's just a standoff until they're ready to go. And then the big shots get thrown, the big counter punches. And there, good counter punch there from Sukrit. Maybe smells something. Hardison there looked a little wobble, but he smiles and pushes off. Think he may have recovered.
Yeah, he's eaten a few of those big right hands from Sukrit. I mean, to me, Sukrit doesn't look like the type of fighter who's going to land these big, powerful shots on you. But I think he's surprising Hardison right now. Hardison, with that slick counter-punch style, is now against another counter-puncher, but a great looping right hand landed by Hardison as well. A great fight so far, and exactly what you want for title fights.
And sometimes Sukrit not even having to punch that hard when Jermaine's doing half the work for him and bringing his head to it. You're just meeting him halfway, almost walking into the shots, and this is what a lot of counter-punchers are looking for. Sukrit seems very relaxed, but as soon as he smells blood, you notice he is ready to hop in, but he doesn't waste too much energy, doesn't take too many chances. A lot of time we see him hop in, then looks, assesses it, and then he thinks, nah, and backs off, and a good counter left hook there from Hardison.
Great calculated aggression. Like you said, he's reserving his energy. It's 10 rounds, but he isn't always stepping in to take every opportunity. He's very calculated here. And now he's starting to cut off the ring. Is this check hook coming from Jermaine? Jermaine attempts it. Great end of the round by both of these fighters. Both fighters squaring up at each other. And it's starting to heat up. We see some of these action replays here. So there was that check hook that brushed the shoulder of Sukrit. But Jermaine starting to jump in now with some of these shots. And this is what I'd like to see. I'd like to see Jermaine step forward with the double jab and then throw that right hand. But right now, to me, Jermaine is forcing the range on his opponent rather than trying to control the range like he was doing in the opening round. I'd like to see him start stepping forward the jab, close that gap ever so slightly, and then chop through with that right hand rather than just jumping in with the combinations. Sukrit, on the other hand, to me, is doing all the right things, but not enough of it as well. He needs to just push the pace and believe that if he goes forward, I think he can put a lot of pressure and make it very difficult for Jermaine.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Jermaine sometimes when he's punching, he just relaxes too much at the end of it, and that allows Sukrit to get a shot off. We're entering the 5th round now of a scheduled 10. This is for the WBA South Asia featherweight title. And a slower start here from the fighters, and again, bridging that gap with a jab.
I mean, we're already halfway through this fight as well, and it looks like both fighters have given everything they possibly got to an extent where they've shown exactly what they're capable of, and they've shown their weaknesses. So now it's a case of, if you can't recognize it as a fighter in the ring, you've got to rely on your corner to be giving you the best advice possible on what you need to do to adjust. Because right now, we've got two styles that are almost similar in what their game plan is. They're both looking to counter each other, and they're both jumping in with combinations that are unnecessary.
And as the fight goes on, the counter punches can get more dangerous when the other fighter tires more. Not so strong in defense. Good work there from Hardison.
Great stiff jab by Hardison. I'd like to see more of this from Hardison. Just get that jab going. Keep pumping that jab. Believe in your first round ability like he did. He had those feints going. He had those jabs going. But have you noticed Jermaine's no longer throwing those jabs to the body like he was. He's not going downstairs with those right hands. He's got to believe in it.
And as I spoke about, the counter punch becoming more dangerous as the fight goes on. Also, you have to ask yourself, does the fighter, can he throw it as hard? Can he throw it as powerful? Big overhand right there from Hardison.
And this is what we were talking about. That jab set up that overhand right. So Jermaine has got the range. He's got the moves. And I think he now has to start believing in that double jab with the right hand as well. Because to me, Sukrit looks way too calm in that ring with someone like Hardison, and you should not be in a situation like that. Sukrit cannot be like this, but great evasion by Sukrit as well to avoid that left hook.
And I think in a way, this is where he needs to push the fight more to the ropes, because as they're both standing in center ring, very much rinse and repeat. One's coming in, trying to counter punch, and what looked like a hook there from Sukrit. I thought that landed clean on Hardison, but he looks okay.
And you see the difference as well when they clinch. Hardison clinches to stop the action. He does not want to fight inside the clinch. Sukrit is more comfortable on the inside. I'd like to see Sukrit read this quite well and realize that his opponent doesn't want to fight on the inside and take the fight to him. But credit to Hardison, because Hardison has created an environment where Sukrit doesn't believe he can fight on the inside as well. So a very good matchup for both of these fighters, countering each other's styles. Great left hook upstairs as well by Hardison. Hardison's still very accurate with some of these jabs and left hooks upstairs.
And we see Hardison going back to the body again with that right hand. But still seeing Sukrit looking to try counter that, but he is slowing down here with these hooks. And a shot there to the body from Sukrit.
I like the way Sukrit throws that right hook to the body. It's very much like what Sugar Ray Robinson used to do all the time. Whip a right hand to the body, keep whipping it, and when you start feeling the pain, he would just crack you upstairs with a left hook. But here we are with the action replays. That clubbing right hand by Hardison in the very opening moments of that round. Very nicely done by Hardison. He landed that right hand quite a lot in that round, and look, through sheer activity, you've got to give that round to Hardison because he was just more active, and he was looking like he was trying to create and find openings a lot more than Sukrit was. And I think you mentioned, Ollie, Sukrit looked like he was starting to slow things down a little bit.
Absolutely. And as you said, Hardison, good success with that right hand. He was throwing it earlier on in the fight. Looks like he laid off of it for a few rounds, but now we see that right hand coming back. And that right hand will pose more of a threat now as Sukrit, looks to throw that counter left hook. And now we enter our 6th round of a scheduled 10. This is for the WBA South Asia featherweight title. We have Jermaine Hardison representing America in the black trunks against Sukrit Nagpricha in the white trunks with the blue trim.
So now Hardison starting to close the gap, starting to walk his opponent down a little bit more. And I'd like to see what can Hardison do if he takes the fight to Sukrit. Can he prove that he can fight better in that close range? Great step back with the left hook by Hardison. Hardison looking more fresh now, looking like Sukrit is more tired. I'd like to see Hardison just pick it up now.
Yeah, I'd like to see him push that fight to the ropes, see what he can do. Hardison very hard, difficult to pin on the ropes. He's got that good check left hook. He circles off very well. And Sukrit is good on that front foot, but choosing not to, choosing just to stay out of range for now.
And there we see the clinch once again, and that's what I was talking about. You can see Jermaine doesn't want to fight inside that clinch. He wants to keep at that medium long range as well. That's where he's most comfortable. Sukrit should just take the fight. Great right hand to the body landed there by Hardison once again. So Hardison, to me, has started to step things up now, started to land these cleaner shots in the later rounds as Sukrit looks like he's starting to tire and get a little bit slower with his counter punches.
Yeah, I think as this fight goes on, as you see there, Hardison with a lot more success. Sukrit not evading that as easily as he once did, or throwing such a strong counter punch. Hardison still showing that he has that power this late on in the fight. Jab to the body again.
Lazy
Sukrit
jab.
still looking very relaxed.
And you can see Hardison always tries to keep things cool, always trying to just keep nice and calm, and that is a great way to reserve energy. When he's out of range, he's breathing in as much oxygen as he possibly can. He's not committing to a high guard. He's just allowing himself to reserve energy, and then when he's ready to explode. Great stuff by Hardison as well. And look at the rib cage of his opponent as well. Sukrit's rib cage, his left-hand side looks very, very bruised, so those right hands are definitely getting through by Jermaine Hardison.
And I think this is a reason for Sukrit tiring. As much as we may not see him expelling too much energy and he may look relaxed, but inside his head, he may be worried about these shots, and that can tire a fighter. And this is why Hardison looking a bit more relaxed. Good work from Sukrit there, but caught with a counter left hook from Hardison.
And you know, Sukrit as well, he's hitting air a lot of the time. He's not landing clean shots. And when you don't hit your opponent, it's even more tiring to not hit your opponent. And I think Sukrit is just almost punching himself out, whilst Hardison is reserving energy a lot better. So Hardison, to me, just winning this fight purely on just a great game plan of remaining calm under fire. So here we are with some action replays. So Hardison, to me, just trying to find these openings. There was that great check hook as Sukrit was walking towards it. Didn't land clean, but as Ollie mentioned earlier, these counter punches almost work for you because your opponent's coming forward. They're doing half the work for you. And Hardison is just taking that chance as soon as he sees it.
And you see from those highlights there, Hardison, a very hard man to pin down on these ropes, just circles off. So when Sukrit is trying to push the pace and come forward, Hardison just moves out, sometimes with that check hook, sometimes just pivots and moves off. Slowly but surely, I believe Hardison is just winning this fight, just doing a bit more, using enough energy to just win every round. Be interesting to see what happens next round. Need a game plan change here from Sukrit.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Hardison now, and that is just exactly what I think his game plan was. Stay cool, calm, and collected. Wait for the later rounds and really come alive. But here we are, round 7. What differences will Sukrit make to try and start winning this fight? Because to me, we went from a very close fight to now Hardison, to me, just now definitely starting to edge this fight out and be up by about at least 2 rounds in my books.
Yeah, Hardison still looking like he's got the power in his hands. Sukrit will pose less of a threat as the fight goes on. Those counter shots slowing down a lot. As we see, Hardison happy to come forward now. happy to jump in with these shots.
And he's got Sukrit where he wants him against the ropes. Exactly what we was hoping for as well. Gets him against the ropes. Lands a nice left hook upstairs as well. Clubbing right hand. So to me, Hardison has now got Sukrit where he wants him.
And this is a good game plan. Over 10 rounds. Hardison happy to come in now. Throw these big shots. He's not going to be too deterred by that counter left hook from Sukrit.
And you can see he's starting to find those angles. He wants to land that left hook upstairs. Great right hand. Sukrit constantly circling out. Knows he cannot get his back against that ropes because once he does, Hardison just really starts teeing off on him. But you can see Sukrit now into the southpaw stance. But Sukrit, to me, should be trying to attempt that check hook as well. Almost throw the same combination back, mirroring your opponent. And there it was available. But then Hardison once again grabbing his opponent. But you can't just grab your opponent in boxing like that. Eventually the referee might give you a warning to stop grabbing your opponent like that.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not giving Sukrit the opportunity to work inside at all. Counter check hook there from Hardison. And there, Hardison with a counter hook and the cross. First, we've seen Sukrit look cool as a cucumber, not waste too much energy, but I feel like the power of Hardison is really sapping his energy. Just the anticipation, knowing Hardison will come forward and throw hard, and a big right hand, good counter, left uppercut there from Sukrit.
Well, the bruising on the ribs as well. We know those shots to the body have definitely got through, and it's just zapping your gas tank away. And like you said, it's the psychology as well, knowing that I'm going to get hit to the body again, and I'm going to keep getting hit on that rib cage. As soon as your adrenaline goes, those shots to the ribs are going to hurt even more and more. So Sukrit is just probably, to me, minutes away from starting to really feel these shots to the body even more.
And the more he gets fatigued, the more his reactions get fatigued, his brain gets fatigued, and Hardison still explosive, jumping in with that right hand, jumping in with that jab. And Sukrit taking the back foot again. Jab cross attempt there from Hardison. Sukrit coming forward at the end of that round.
Great right hand to finish it, but again, Hardison stealing this fight away from Sukrit now. Let's see these action replays. Those are the clubbing right hands. Now, they're not landing clean. We haven't seen that many clean shots being really landed in this fight, and that's because both fighters have a similar style of counterpunching. However, Hardison found gaps in between the guards. You know, speed and power are great in boxing, but timing will always beat speed and power. And that's exactly what Hardison is relying on right now. Neither fighter putting too much power behind these shots, but the timing is key. And like I said, we're not seeing clean punches being landed, but Hardison is, to me, doing just enough to win these rounds, and he's now edging the fight a lot more. Sukrit needs to have his corner tell him, you need to step this up. You need to do something spectacular right now. Otherwise, you're going to be surviving this fight rather than trying to win the fight.
Absolutely. The ball is in Sukrit's court. And if he doesn't adjust, then I believe we have 2 more rounds of very much the same that we've seen through the later rounds of this fight. And now we enter the 8th round of a scheduled 10 for the WBA Asia, South Asia featherweight title, contested at 126 pounds. We have Jermaine Hardison representing the USA in the black shorts, facing Thailand, Sukrit Nakpricha in the white shorts with the blue trim.
So round 8, what adjustments is Sukrit going to make? Because to me, Hardison doesn't really have to adjust too much right now. Whatever he's doing is working for him. And if he just keeps his pace up, keeping that jab out, going downstairs like he's been doing, and just timing Sukrit. And the more tired you get, the more obvious you are to certain timing tells as well. And I think Hardison just being a little bit fresher is just outdoing everything Sukrit is trying to do.
Absolutely. Hardison here just doing enough to win the fight. He doesn't need to take any risks. Sukrit still looking to throw these counter shots, but Hardison doesn't need to do anything. He's winning this fight. He just needs to control it these last 2 rounds.
Well, he's winning the fight on our unofficial scorecards. You've got to remember sometimes when you're in Thailand fighting a Thai fighter, you've got to really prove you've won that fight. And that's what Hardison needs to do. He's got to really keep this pace up. He's got to secure. Do not get complacent, because we know judges favor people who are constantly throwing or going forward. So he's got to keep going. He cannot get just relaxed in that ring. He's got to keep that pace up high.
And here we see him coming forward. Throws that jab, that check hook. Just narrowly missed there. Good right hand, but slipped there by Sukrit.
Double jab to the right as well by Sukrit. So Sukrit pulling out different moves, but again, shots he's throwing appear way too obvious, and I think Hardison is just reading this way too well. Hardison holds that nice wide stance, making it appear he's closer than he actually is, and allowing Sukrit to commit to shots that are not going to land clean. So Hardison, to me, just throwing great shots and also using a very good ring generalship tactic as well. Wide stance, central ring, not allowing his opponent to really get too close to him.
Yeah, absolutely. Sukrit, anytime he tries to close that distance, Hardison, a slippery customer, great footwork, circles off, keeps that distance between them.
Sukrit goes into the southpaw stance once again. I mean, to me, Sukrit either thinks he's winning this fight, which is very common in boxing, because if you're in a close fight, it's very easy to assume you're winning the fight. Especially when your opponent might be bleeding, you might think, I'm winning this fight. If you've landed some big shots upstairs, you might think, I'm winning this fight. But to me, Sukrit cannot take any chances, same as Hardison. You can't take any chances here. And look, hit after the bell, but let's be realistic, Hardison's done it twice as well to his opponent. Protect yourself at all times. Here we are with the action replays. And there we see both fighters attempting counters, neither shots landing clean. And that is just a testament to how great these two fighters are. They're reading each other very well. The difference here is Hardison, to me, is just doing more than Sukrit, which is what is winning the fight on my unofficial scorecard. He's just doing a little bit more than Sukrit, which to me edges that fight out just a little bit more. But we see the blood being tended to right now, but I don't think that's going to affect him that much, especially this late into a fight.
No, I don't think that will be a problem. I still think he's fine to breathe. I don't think the judges are looking at it too much. And yeah, I believe you the same. I think Hardison just doing enough. He's more active. It looks like he's landing the cleaner shots. Although not many clean shots are landing at this late in the fight. Both looking to counter punch. And this is our 9th and final round.
We've still got one more round after this, I believe. But it could be the 9th and final round. You never know. We will see what happens. Nice jab here by Sukrit as well. So Sukrit starting to step things up here as well. But like we said, we still need to see more from both fighters to really secure this. You know, the classic saying, don't leave it in the judges' scorecard, but if you're going to dominate that fight, great check hook landed there by Sukrit.
See Hardison, when he goes to throw that counter left hook, he leaves himself open a little bit there, and Sukrit could potentially throw that right hand down the middle.
And we saw then Sukrit had some success going to the body, but didn't push the pace. He landed a combination and then went back way too far. He could have kept that pressure on and really stuck it to his opponent. But I think he just respects the power of Hardison way too much. I mean, those shots to the body, like we already know of Hardison, hurt. He lands clean shots when he needs to. And we see again him clinching on his opponent, puts him in a headlock. The referee should just really be jumping in there, not allowing a fighter to do something like that. The referee should just really be taking control in that situation.
Yeah, definitely holding on a lot longer than he should there. Buying some time. Aggravating Hardison slightly.
And you know, when a fighter gets angry, that's when they tend to lose. But at the same time, Sukrit, to me, is showing that he is frustrated as well, which plays into Hardison's favor, because Hardison can remain cool, calm, and collected. And the more frustrated you are, the more mistakes you make, and you do not want to make a mistake against someone like Hardison. He's way too slick and too good at counter-punching.
And another big shot there to the left-hand side of the body of Sukrit. Right hand attempted by both fighters.
And you can see Hardison has learned a lot from watching Mayweather. The way he throws that right hand, almost throws that right hand like a jab, no telegraphing, straight from the shoulder, and just flicks out that right hand right down the middle. You can tell Hardison is a student of the sport of boxing. He's definitely trying to merge a few styles, and I like to see it. The way he throws some of his shots, definitely a testament to some of the great boxers in the world.
Sucrit there managed to back Hardison up, but didn't do anything with it, and now they're back in the center of the ring once again. Very much how this whole fight has gone for the majority of it. Both fighters on the outside, good exchange there from both of them.
Yeah, it seems like every round has somewhat been very, very similar with, you know, if you flip a coin, I feel like that's the way the rounds are going. One fighter is winning by 60%, the others maybe winning by 40% sometimes, and then we've seen a 50-50. We haven't seen any round where it's been absolute domination. We've seen very close rounds with each fighter, to me, edging it slightly. So we're going to go to some action replays, but we've got the 10th and final round coming up in just a moment. So here we see jab for jab action, and there was that right hand attempted, but Sucrit just rolling his shoulder. Beautiful roll by Sucrit there to just take the sting out of the shot. And there we see measuring by Hardison to really stop the onslaught of Sucrit. But again, one big right hand to the body, but other than that, there weren't really many clean shots being landed, and that doesn't mean either fighter are doing anything wrong. It's just that both fighters are reading each other quite well, where when you hit a heavy bag, every shot feels like it's hitting clean. It feels like, wow, if I did this to a person, I'm going to hit clean. But then when you step into a ring and have a fight or spar, you start to realize there's someone in front of you moving and they're hitting back, and it feels very different. So sometimes people get too complacent hitting a heavy bag thinking that's what will happen in the ring. We're going into a 10th and final round.
And this is definitely the final round. At the end of this, someone will be crowned the new WBA South Asia featherweight champion. So far, a close fight, but in my opinion, Jermaine Hardison just edging it. And good boxing there by both fighters.
Yeah, it's been a great fight. Definitely a chess match. Both fighters, like I said, although they're not landing clean punches, there's so much going on in this fight. There's so much psychology. It's just a fencing fight sometimes as well. Neither fighter want to engage until the other has gone first. But this is great boxing. Even if there's not much punches being landed, there's still lots going on in this fight. But a very even fight as well. And like I said, I still think Hardison is edging this fight. Both fighters in the center of the ring throwing punches, but Hardison, to me, edging this fight by at least 2 rounds.
And when they are close, there's some good evasion there by Sucrit, but there's just nothing on the end. He shoulder rolls, but he stands there and admires his work. There's no counter right hand or anything.
But we just saw the right uppercut get through, and that's the first shot he's thrown inside the clinch, which is, why has he not been doing this in the earlier rounds? He could throw that right uppercut inside the clinch. He knows Hardison doesn't want to clinch. He knows Hardison doesn't want to fight in the clinch, but why is he not fighting him in? I think he could have done a little bit more, but that's when you've got to rely on your corner to give you that type of advice as well. Hardison, to me, boxing beautifully as well, but Sucrit, to me, just a little bit out of ideas right now as well.
Yeah, and Sucrit looking good when he does come forward, but I feel like he feels that power of Hardison and then he backs off again and chooses to stay on the outside and look for these counter punches.
And that is the credit to what Hardison was doing in the opening rounds, jabbing to the body, and like we said, that will help him win the fight in the later rounds because it's now prevented Sucrit from getting involved. But here we see when he pushes the pace, he does very well. Lands a right hand but doesn't go forward.
Yeah, he does very good there. You see, when Hardison doesn't try and enter that clinch, doesn't hold on, he gives the space to Sucrit, and Sucrit attempts there with that uppercut. Good jab there from Hardison.
It's less than a minute to go, and this is where Sucrit should be pushing the pace. But look, it's easier for us to think this or say this, but we're not the ones taking big shots to the ribs from Hardison. We're not the ones fighting a slick fighter like Jermaine Hardison. So Sucrit might just not want to engage because he's felt the power so far.
Yeah, I think that's very much the case. He gains the confidence, comes forward, And you hear the shot from Jermaine Hardison. Even if it's not landing clean, it's landing on the arms. It's enough to knock Sucrit's confidence.
Well, you look at the right arm as well. All red marks as well from Hardison. Final moments of this title fight. Great fight so far. Beautiful end. I enjoyed that fight very much. A great clash of styles. We're going to go to some action replays, but my unofficial scorecard, I've got to give it to Hardison. But we see that great combination, the right hand to jab, landed by Sucrit in the opening moments, but Hardison still always looking for the counter. Nice shoulder rolls, but nothing after that shoulder roll. The clinch, and here's that uppercut we see. Hardison clinches, uppercut comes through, and again, he went for it. Every time he went forward for those uppercuts, he did well. We're going to go to Peter Denman with the official announcement. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've still got 4 more fights coming up after this one.
Judge number 1 scores it 92-100. Judge number 2 scores it 92-98. And the third judge scores it 92-100. And the new WBA East Asia Featherweight Champion, fighting out of the red corner, Jermaine Hardison.
Of glory in our hands, broken bones and shattered dreams, chase the light as darkness screams. Rise of legends side by side, fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made.
And the next bout is for the WBC Asia Continental Lightweight title. But before we go there, please make some noise for Spaceplus Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout is scheduled for 10 rounds of action for the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight Championship. Inviting to the ring first, Khomkrit Nantapet. To the ring from the red corner, Raymond Poon. Inviting to the ring, Kunaris Singh Wangcha, Pontri Damrong Sinakajon Bun, and Mr. Brico Santig. May I please ask everybody to stand up and pay your respects for the national anthems of the fighters. ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติของนักมวยทั้งคู่ด้วยครับ Ladies and gentlemen, this is scheduled for 10 rounds for the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight Championship. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, wearing blue with black trim, official weight 49.1 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 37 victories and 13 losses, representing Thailand. Please give it up for Khomkrit Nantapet. And his opponent fighting out the red corner, wearing red with black trim. Official weight 49 kilograms, with a boxing record of 10 victories and 3 defeats. Representing Hong Kong. Please give it up for Raymond Poon. And their supervisor, Mr. Damrong Simakajon Bun. And the referee in charge of the action once begins, Mr. Chainat Han Wiset. And the 3 judges scoring ringside, Mr. Thanapat Siakeo, Mr. Chaweng Krutgate, and Mr. Nakin Kamsi.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the 9th fight of the evening. This is Hong Kong versus Thailand for the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight title. This fight is at 108 pounds. We have Raymond Boone in the red corner wearing the red trunks with the black trim. And representing Thailand in the blue corner, we have Komgrit Nanapech wearing the blue shorts with the black trim. This fight will be contested over 10 rounds. This is our first round.
I mean, credit where credit's due. Raymond Boone's gloves and shorts, absolutely classic. Great for this Boxing Day special event that we've got right now. Some great Venom-looking gloves. Anyways, back into the action we go. Right hand downstairs by Komgrit.
Good jab there from Komgrit. Solid jab. With good work, high and low from Raymond.
And you can see both fighters just kind of circling one another, trying to find that opening, but both holding central ring with a very short stance as well, looking like they're just trying to go from hooks downstairs to the hook upstairs as well. Both fighters looking very stocky as well, so you can kind of guess what kind of fight this is going to be.
Komgrit happy to bring his head in close, but not throwing anything on the inside at the moment. As we actually spoke about earlier, Jimmy, you mentioned when people jab and don't turn that fist over, and this is what we're seeing from Komgrit here, just getting through the guard of Raymond, just throwing that jab with the thumb up.
Yeah, I mean, once you know how everybody jabs, you know how to block the jab. So if you turn your jab, you turn your hand, you can get through the guard, and also there's no tell. And there we see it again, flicking that jab like it's very much a Puerto Rican style jab. It's where you flick that jab upstairs, but you don't rotate your wrist. It just gets right through the guard, and it knocks the head back of your opponent, scoring the points well here. Great stuff by the Thai fighter, Komgrit.
Yeah, it looks like he's having a lot of success with that jab. Just breaking through the guard, but not boxing on the inside. We saw an uppercut in there. That's some better work there from Komgrit. Whereas Raymond is working well on the inside. He's going to that body. He's throwing these short shots. The uppercut works there.
Great left hook upstairs as well. So Komgrit doing a very good job with his lead hand, just constantly jabbing and hooking his opponent. He's gone down to the body as well. So giving Raymond a lot to worry about. Those jabs are getting through. Those body shots are definitely hurting, but a very even round so far.
Yeah, I like that variation with the jab, almost throwing like an uppercut, but like a screw shot. And you hear the corner applauding that from Komgrit, making sure the judges are aware. Very much what the Thais do, the corner, when they land a clean shot, they want to sway the opinion of the judges. Good boxing here from Komgrit, just getting on the outside.
Raymond really doing a good job to mix up his tempo as well. He's tapping upstairs, he's tapping downstairs, and then rip into the body as soon as he wants his explosion as well. So great stuff by both fighters, and a very calculated aggression by both of them as well.
Yeah, Raymond working beautifully, going upstairs, downstairs, through the guard, and that's the end of round one.
Great round by both of these fighters, both with very similar styles, holding central ring, wanting to rip to the body, wanting to rip to the head. Let's see some of these action replays. So you see a lot of shots getting through early on by Raymond. I found that he did very well with his tempo, very well with his pressure, and just keeping his opponent guessing. But eventually, we did see Komgrit find his jab, and once he found that jab, once he found his range, he started to get away from some of those shots. So, you know, that replay didn't really give Komgrit any justice in what he was doing that round. Those jabs were doing very well for him. He was knocking the head back of Raymond, and he was scoring very well. With that being said, Raymond pushed the pace, pushed the action, went head and body, and kept an aggressive tempo.
And seconds out here for our second round of a scheduled 10. And Raymond, again, as you said, pushing the tempo. Komgrit, I'm not sure why he wants to bring the head on the inside when he's not throwing on the inside, but he's happy to stay there. Good counter left hook there.
And you can see even the way Komgrit holds his stance as well. He blocks his chin, which is usually a telltale sign that you realize you may be taking a big shot very soon, but it also opens a door up for your opponent to throw these big hooks around the guard as well. So Komgrit needs to be a little bit more active with those jabs. It was working for him in the previous rounds, but some great action by both of these fighters so far. And the great thing about two inside fighters is they don't need to clinch to get the work going. They'll just keep at this at this pace for the entire fight.
Yeah, very contradictory from our last fight. Two fighters that like to fight on the outside, and now we're treated with two fighters that like to work on the inside. But Congrit just not throwing too much, taking the shots, counter-punching now and again.
And like we've said before, speed and power will always be beat by timing. If you can find the timing in between the flurries, you often become the victor in boxing by having good time. And you see there the Thai fighter beckoning him on, telling him, I want to meet you in the center of the ring. And that's exactly where he wants him.
And as you were talking about the last fight, over 10 rounds, this is more of a marathon than a sprint. Whereas Raymond has got a lot of output early on. Compet being very calm, not emptying the tank. Sometimes this is the game plan of fighters, not to overexert too much. Make their opponent tired by standing strong, and taking shots.
It's kind of like an hourglass as well. You start off very strong, and by the time you get to the middle of the fight, you tend to take a little bit of time off, and then you finish the fight strong. You want to kind of pace yourself through it. If you can take your opponent out early, go for it. But if not, accept you might have to go the full 10 or even 12 rounds sometimes.
But as we've seen with previous fights, taking shots can wear you out as well. So Congrit can't get too confident in taking these shots. Goes to the body there. Don't know if that was felt.
But something we saw in the previous fight as well is observing the shot that you've just thrown and landed rather than pushing the pace when you've got the opportunity. But you've just mentioned as well, Congrit just keeps taking so many shots to the head as well. I mean, as much as he probably doesn't believe the power is really hurting him, it does take a wear and tear on you in the later rounds.
Yeah, Raymond throwing with a lot of volume. Punching Compet in the head a lot.
It wears you down, and it also works against you on the judges' scorecard. So if you're going to take shots, you've got to have power to back it up. Taking 3 to give 1 soft punch is not a good game plan. That means you're surviving and not winning in boxing. End of round number 2, and it looks like we're going into a third very soon, but we see blood already from somewhere. We'll find out soon, but we got the action replays here. So you see the guard being held up by the Thai fighter, protecting his chin at all costs, but opened himself up to me 2 body shots. And you look at those shots now, they're hitting the guard, but they're still knocking his head back. So a guard doesn't work as a force field in boxing. You've got to use the guard as your last resort. I mean, the old school trainers would talk about this very often. Holding your guard up invites your opponent to start throwing punches. If you're inviting your opponent to throw punches, it should be a tactic to do something with it. You should never just willingly invite your opponent to hit your guard, especially at weights like this where they're not going to get tired.
Yeah, Congrit there. He's inviting him in, taking the punches, but not a lot of counter punches coming from Congrit, and I feel like he's got a lot of opportunities to do so. And as you mentioned, this lower weight class, got lots of energy, gas in the tank. This is the 3rd round of a scheduled 10.
Very fast start once again by both of these fighters. You look, lighter weights, we tend to get things like this. But again, the referee is there, but he isn't getting too much involved. He's letting them fight on. Neither fighter is clinching. They're just going to work. Beautiful inside boxing by both of these fighters so far.
Yeah, Raymond doing very well. When we did see Congrit try to throw that counter shot, Raymond was just there on the end to finish that exchange.
And, you know, we saw this with, fighters like Nigel Benn. He would be constantly in front of you, constantly on the inside, but never once clinching. He was just constantly outworking you. He would take a few good shots, but he would constantly outwork you. He would never slow down the action with a clinch.
Good counter hooks coming from Congrit. And great work. Going high, going low. Uppercuts on the inside from Raymond here. Works the body. Counter uppercut from Congrit.
And there we actually saw him utilize the idea of, I'm getting hit to the gloves, I will now start firing back. You've got to kind of treat it like a trapdoor spider. As soon as you feel somebody on your web, you've got to attack as soon as you can. You can't just let them keep attacking your guard without returning back, because you just allow them to bully you in the fight. You've got to fire back. You've got to fight back with the bully. Great right hand downstairs.
And now we see Congrit. I was going to say he's stepping back from some of these shots, but there he's happy to stay in the pocket again. Big right hand, See there, just admiring his work, not always throwing something back when he's got the opportunity.
And admiring your shot works when you're knocking your opponent down, but when you've hit them in a fight and it's landed, you've got to take these opportunities. Do you really want to go 10 rounds in a fight with someone who's staying in front of you? Big shots being landed by both fighters so far, and we start to see Raymond now slightly on the back foot here. Great right hand gets through by Concrete.
Strong right hand there from Concrete, but Raymond fires back with his own. And I feel Raymond not throwing too hard, but he can throw hard when he wants. Stiff jab that we've seen so far from Concrete. Working well.
Referee looks like, I think he's going to take a look at that cut possibly. Yeah, I mean, I can't see it right now because the camera's not on him, but we're going to see in just a moment the referee having a look at what's going on right now. You know, always good to check that the fighter is okay. Back into the action we go.
And active work here. Both of the fighters meeting, putting their hands together, their heads down. Good jab, good exchange from Raymond. Goes to the body.
Good rotation here as well by the Hong Kong fighter Raymond Poon. Just lots of rotation, lots of movement, never staying on the line. A great shot puts him to the canvas, but the referee doesn't call it. And to me, I understand a slip, and it looks like a slip, but if the shot causes the slip, to me, that's a knockdown. But we will be going to the action replays right now.
Yeah, Concrete quick to get back up, but when he got back up, he did look like he stumbled. So I do think that punch put him down.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. I feel like you can always give a slip instead of a knockdown. You can always do that. But here we are with some of these action replays, and there we see it once again. I'd like to see it on another angle. Right uppercut gets through. That should have been a knockdown to me. And I know with professional boxing, if the referee doesn't call a knockdown, the judges can still call it. So even if the referee hasn't called the knockdown, there are some rulings where the judges are allowed to give a knockdown in boxing as well. But look, we're not discrediting the referee here. He's in the center of the ring. We see every angle. So we had to double check if that was a knockdown. But to me, that was a knockdown. But either way, we're going into a fourth round.
And maybe Raymond gaining some confidence now that when he was counter-punching Concrete, that he was the one to put Concrete down to the canvas.
Does he have the confidence? Does he believe it was a knockdown as well?
Because at the moment, I feel like we're seeing Raymond go first a lot, and Concrete looking to counter-punch. As if Raymond can be last as well.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing a fight where both fighters, again, doing something similar, but one fighter is just doing more than the other, and I think Raymond Poon is just doing a better job of what the tactics of Concrete actually is, which is just dig down deep, give it everything you've got. Great left hooks upstairs, left hooks to the body. Great stuff by Raymond Poon so far.
Yeah, good success again there with that uppercut, followed it up with a left hook. And a 1-2 down the center. Eats that. Big right hand there from Raymond.
And you notice here as well, both fighters had a very similar start, but now Raymond Poon just changed up his game plan ever so slightly, went from close range to the medium range, and has really mixed things up here, and that is, to me, is what is winning this fight, changing things just ever so slightly. Great stuff by Raymond Poon here, but credit to Concrete. He's still taking lots of shots, but still trying to win.
See, Concrete, I think he's got confidence with keeping his hands up and taking the shots, but he can't keep those hands up forever. And when those hands are down, you see his head just there. And then Raymond just landing the shots. Good left hook, right hand there before. Goes to the body. Concrete still looking strong, trying to move forward, throw a counter left hook there.
Both fighters just putting head to head right now and just going to town again. No clinches needed, no clinch necessary, just constant trench warfare at its finest. Beautiful stuff by both of these fighters, but Raymond Poon, great footwork as well, winning it in the close range, winning it at the medium range, going to the body as much as he can. Great boxing by both of these fighters. First clinch of the fight.
That body shot landing really well against Compet. He's bringing his hands very close to his head, but I think he's adjusting to it. I think it could be hurting him. He's trying to get that elbow down a little bit closer. He's not in the same position as he was before.
Throws a nice right hand over the top, right on the end of the jaw of his opponent as well. Both fighters have taken huge shots in this fight. Only one fighter has unofficially gone to the canvas at this point in time as well. But now we see Raymond on the back foot as well, starting to dance around, trying to find his angles. But to me, Raymond Boone, again, just edging this fight. We went from a 50-50 fight to where I now see it 70-30 in Raymond's favor.
Yeah, Raymond doing some great work here. Going high, going low, good combinations. Phil Compet eating a lot more shots now. He can't keep these hands up forever. Good counter right hand there.
And again, just observing his shot that he fired right at the end, enjoying what he threw, but did not push with it. Final moments of that round. Looks like we're going into the next round, but let's see some action replays here. So, chopping left hook upstairs, landed by Raymond, and a left hand to right hand, a great combination landed, and it is the perfect combination when it lands clean. The left hook into right hand, the left hook sets up your right hand perfectly. You move your opponent where you want them.
Yeah, and earlier on in the fight, we see Congrit throw a lot of shots and then relax after because Raymond's not throwing anything back. And then now you can see the success that Raymond has when he starts the exchanges and then when he finishes the exchanges. And here we have the live scorecard. All judges giving it 38-38. So that's 2 rounds apiece.
I mean, look, like I said, we see the fight on different angles. And if you think about it, when you're a judge, you're on one side of the ring. You hear the punches from one fighter better than the other fighter, and you also see shot land differently. To me, a draw right now makes perfect sense from where the judges see the fights. But from where we see it from every angle, I think Raymond Boone is winning this fight.
Good boxing there from Raymond. Congrit not firing back with anything.
I just feel like Raymond's landing cleaner shots. He's moving more as well. But I do know in Thailand, the judges tend to favor the fighter on the front foot marching forward. And these rounds have been very, very close. But like I said, when you see it from every angle, I think it's easier to see who's winning. When you see it as a judge in fights like this, it is so hard to choose who is winning that round. It is very, very difficult. So a very fair judging in my view.
Yeah, I think it's a battle of volume, speed and volume against power and accuracy sometimes from Congrit, landing some big shots, but almost at the ratio of about 1-5 to that of Raymond.
Exactly what I see as well. I see the output of Raymond just a lot more, but when you see Congrit when he's throwing, he's just loading up these shots. He's throwing single punch combinations whilst Raymond is throwing multiple punch combinations.
And there, counter. He's got to be careful, Raymond. If Congrit can get that timing when he throws these powerful shots, a lot of the time he's just waiting until after the combination's done to throw the counter. And there again, having success, interrupting him.
And we're starting to see him really put these power shots. So like I said, single punch combinations. Now, I would like to see him just mix it up and throw a double piece, maybe a 3-piece as well. But if he already knows the fight is a draw by doing this, imagine he started putting a few more shots on the end of him. He would definitely be edging this fight and winning it in the judges' eyes.
Yeah, it could be a game plan of Congrit here. He's got a good counter right hook every time. Good uppercut there. But still, good boxing here from Raymond. Still landing clean shots on the head. They may not be the strongest, but they're going to be taking a toll on Congrit. This is a 10-round fight.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's very easy in boxing when you're sparring or even in these fights where you feel like I can take these shots because they're not landing hard, but gradually over time these shots start to pay off as well and it starts to get through. So even if it's just very, very light shots, over time it will eventually erode and get through to you.
And there, Congrit looking for this right counter punch up. But there, can't keep his hands up forever. He's not used to moving. He's used to standing. And again, he's countering off the backhand too. Hooks off of both hands here. Just trying to bait Raymond in to throw. But Raymond doing really good work, going to the body. Works well on the inside.
Central ring, final moments, and some good left hooks upstairs. And it looks like we're going into another round. Who would have thought a fight like this is going distance at this point? Here we are with some action replays. But like we said, with the close scoring, Ollie, that knockdown would have been the main decider as well. If that knockdown was counted, then Raymond Boone is definitely up on the scorecards. We see these action replays here. Activity goes to Raymond, but hard shots landed, you've got to give it to Concrete, of course. Now, look at these shots getting through. He's landing 2-piece, 3-piece, even 4-piece combinations, and they're landing well. But of course, the hard shots of Raymond Boone are doing well, but Concrete to me is just landing stiffer shots.
Yeah, very much so. Very contrasting fight. Both fighters fighting the same way. Well, in the same area, the same game plan, but one throwing much stronger, much lesser. And we enter our 6th round. This fight is for the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight title. It is contested at 108 pounds. We enter our 6th round. We have Raymond Boone representing Hong Kong in the red corner with the red shorts and the black trim against Thailand's Kongrik Nanapet in the blue and black shorts.
So as we know on the live scoring, it is even Stevens at the moment in the first 3 rounds, I believe, or the first few rounds is definitely even. We haven't seen the previous 2 rounds, but a very close fight indeed. But like I said, Raymond Boone didn't get that knockdown, so therefore it is a draw at the moment. But we will see. Great fight so far.
And to me, looks like we got some bruising on the face there of Raymond Boone, just below his left eye, on his cheek.
And that is the power of Concrete. Like we said, he doesn't throw much, but when he throws, he makes sure it counts, and he makes sure it's a very hard, stiff punch.
He's had stiff shots all night long. And now Raymond looks like he's slowing down a bit, trying to throw stronger, not throwing with such volume, picking his shots a little bit more. Maybe he's getting tired as this fight goes on.
Great footwork by the referee there to get away as well. Back in central ring, the uppercut to body shot as well here by Raymond. I mean, Raymond to me is doing a great job of punch selection, trying to find these openings, trying to create these openings. But again, Concrete doesn't seem fazed by anything Raymond is doing.
No, Concrete still looking confident, still looking strong. And even if he's not confident, he makes Raymond think he is confident. Just eggs him on to punch. Taking a lot of shots here though, not giving anything back. He hits a right hand.
Double jab here as well, but I would like to see him just keep jabbing out. Keep that jab going. Once he keeps the tempo up, it's very hard for Concrete to throw a shot. There we see a double jab right hand work very well for Raymond there as well. Concrete just constantly in his face like a bad dream, just constantly in front of him, taking his best shots and still standing there.
Yeah, Concrete just almost sucking all the power out of Raymond, just eating all of it. But taking a lot of shots here. That uppercut's working well. It's coming under the chin. He's not keeping the chin too tight. He's keeping the hands tight, but looks like that uppercut's just coming under.
I'd like to see Raymond now start stepping things back. Stay in that medium range. Attempt some of the long range. Try getting behind that jab, throwing shots at range, and really just let your opponent cut towards you, because eventually he knows Concrete is only throwing single punch combinations. If you know your opponent's doing that, all you have to do is step back.
Yeah, right now, Concrete really is not budging, standing strong. This will be interesting as this fight goes on. Will Raymond fade off? Will Combat pick it up? We will find out in the next rounds. Now over to the replays. And here we are with the action replays. Good counter jabs there from both fighters. And as we've seen a lot, Raymond very active, but Combat there picking the pace up a little bit, throwing with a bit more volume. But still nothing more than 2 shots. Lucky if we get 3. But now he's stepping back, he's making Raymond miss sometimes. Good work there from Raymond on the inside. But now starting to miss a few more of these shots as Combat dipping his head low.
Yeah, I mean, a very good round for both of these fighters, but to me, look, I see Raymond Boone winning that round. Now, whatever I say, it doesn't make any difference. I just feel like we should favor fighters who don't get hit as much and go for the counter shots as well. I feel like they should be fighting. Art of boxing, hit, don't get hit. But here we are, round number 7. Hong Kong taking on Thailand here for a WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight title.
Really starting to see the wear on Raymond's face from some of these shots from Comgrit. Whether the judges are looking at this and they're judging damage can be a factor too.
Yeah, it's one of those things where although damage isn't necessarily counted on the scorecards, but it's one of those psychological things on the judges where, well, these punches must be getting through, so kind of easier to score the rounds if you think the fighter's getting hit even more.
Again, still good work rate here from Raymond. Eats a counter jab from Comgrit. And I do wonder if Raymond is just, he doesn't seem to be slowing down in his output, but I just think with his power fading a little bit. Comgrit still looks to be standing, well, I say standing strong, but he's eating a lot here. Raymond's pushing it forward. Goes for that counter hook again.
And interestingly, southpaw against an orthodox tends to be a battle of the lead leg, but neither fighter to me have fought each other like they're fighting an opposite stance. To me, they fought that opponent like they're fighting anybody, anywhere. They're just going toe-to-toe and trying to outwork one another.
And also as this fight goes on, Comgrit's power will fade as well, and I feel Raymond is not respecting it so much as he once did. He's still pushing the pace, he's still in the face of Comgrit.
But Raymond's got to remember, if he saw the judges' scorecards and he realizes he's already an even fight, what does he have to do differently? It's one of those interesting things where if you think you're winning, but the judges are still calling it a draw, you've got to understand, what do I have to do differently to win?
And there, Comgrit just stepping back. See, Comgrit can do well on the outside when he wants to. You see these jabs and punches missing, but good work there from Raymond, just as I was talking. But there, Comgrit just waiting for him, looking for that counter shot.
I mean, less than a minute to go of round number 7. Double jab, triple jab, but not getting through. But I'd like to see more of this from Raymond. Don't force that right hand. Keep that jab going. Land your shots. Get out of dodge. Get out of range. Respect the power of Comgrit.
Yeah, looking over at the corner, they seem to like him be fighting at this range, landing those shots. But Comgrit, not easy to hit. Sometimes he just takes them, and then when he wants, he can move his head. He's showing this here that he can evade the shots when he wants.
Yeah, he's definitely got the moves. He stands in next to you and just ducks and dives underneath a lot of these shots. He chooses when he wants to get out of the way of them, which, you know, clearly proves he's got a good chin.
Yeah, and it shows later on in this fight that Comgrit can be tiring as well, not keeping his hands up how he once did with that tight guard. Good work here from Raymond. As throughout the whole fight, that's the end of round 7. Over to the highlights.
So here we are with some of these action replays. So you see Raymond doing a great job to jump in with that 1-2 left hook combination as well. And there we see it again, the left hook upstairs, and then he lands these shots just kind of on the side of the head of his opponent. He's not necessarily aiming for the chin because, as you see, Comgrit holds that peekaboo style, holds his gloves high on his chin. He knows that's the knockout zone, and he's just willing to take shots on the side and top of his head. But every now and again, he throws these big counter punches, and the crowd are going wild. So you've got to remember, the judges are listening to the audience. They're listening to the corner, and they're also looking at the damage. So sometimes that sways the judges.
And as we start the 8th round, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this fight is for the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight title, contested at 108 pounds. We have Raymond Poon in Hong Kong, from Hong Kong, wearing the red shorts, against Comgrit Nanapet, wearing the blue and black shorts.
Faster start by both of these fighters, a more active jab by Raymond, and you can see there's lots and lots of Vaseline on the face of Raymond. So definitely his corner are recognizing that he's taking some big shots as well. Great left hook, but again, it doesn't land clean, but the crowd go wild. Great combination there as well. Uppercuts are now getting through for Raymond.
Yeah, some of these shots sound really great, but they're not really doing anything. Sometimes just lever slapping on lever. Good boxing there from Raymond.
And to me, this is the difference here. Raymond is boxing and Comgrit is brawling. And it's a classic matchup again, box against brawler. But you can also tell that Raymond is not afraid of the streets. He's willing to go brawling with you as well.
And a good jab, step-in jab there. Comgrit being a little too relaxed and ate that one. Does make you question Comgrit's game plan. I thought maybe earlier on he boxes like this and comes alive in the later rounds, but we're still seeing a fighting style very similar to what we saw early on. He hasn't changed that much.
Yeah, this fight has kind of gone the exact same way every round. There's barely much between them, except I just feel Raymond should be favored because he's being more active, he's finding angles, and he's landing more clean punches. The only difference here is Comgrit is landing, to me, the tougher shots and the harder shots. There we see it, that big slapping right hand upstairs.
Yeah, Comgrit still showing he has power this late on in the fight. But Raymond showing that he still has energy, still has volume, still has speed. As to be expected of fighters in this weight class.
I mean, less than a minute to go of this 8th round, and we see him again teeing off. To me, these are all great shots being landed by Raymond. Comgrit again, just so comfortable to take these shots from Raymond.
Maybe after this 8th round, we will get to have a look at the open scorecards of this fight and see who the judges have winning so far.
Great body work here. So Raymond really mixing it up here, but again, a clash of heads. Southpaw against Orthodox. This will always happen, but like I said earlier, neither fighter to me are boxing like they're boxing an Orthodox or Southpaw. They're not battling for the lead leg. They're just going hook for hook right now.
You see Raymond going for that body again with that left hand coming around the elbow of Comgrit. 10 seconds left in the round.
Great right hand downstairs. He's starting to come alive now, starting to hit him, but this is where Comgrit throws a big counter usually. What an end to the round.
And here we are with our action replays. And once again, throughout the whole fight, we got great boxing from Raymond, the fighter from Hong Kong. And there, the strong, powerful Comgrit looking for that counter punch. We see that counter left hook. And then the volume from Raymond. Very much an interesting fight so far.
And I think we're going to get some live scoring very soon. To me, exactly what you need in boxing sometimes, especially in fights like this. You need to let the fighters know if it's close or if they're up or down, because they need to know, do they need to push the pace? Because sometimes you've got to rely on your corner. Here we are, the live scoring. So, red 76-76, B 77-75, and C 75-77. So as close as we thought it would be. Some fighters favoring Comgrit, which to me is a little bit surprising. I feel like Raymond may just be not being appreciated for what he's really doing, but again, I can understand how the judges see it close.
So far, a very close fight on the judges' scorecard. A draw, I believe, if I'm correct about that scoring. One fighter favoring Raymond, one fighter favoring Comgrit, and the other fighter giving it even scores between the two. Very much down to these last 2 rounds.
Majority draw at the moment, and this is what you need. Round number 9 and round number 10. These have to be the deciding rounds, but we've seen, to me, the same tempo, the same pace throughout the entire fight. I just feel like Raymond has landed some better shots, more activity, but the judges probably do not favor the pitter-patter punches sometimes. They just favor the big counter shots that are landed by Comgrit.
And now we see Comgrit starting to come forward. Now he's been on the back foot most of the fight, but now he's looking to start the exchanges. Maybe his corner's told him, look, this win is within reach. You just need to pick up these and win these last 2 rounds.
And that's the important thing here. Both fighters have both got a chance to win this. The judges' scorecards are so close where this is an all or nothing situation. They've got to bite down on that gum shield, move forward, give it everything they've possibly got and try and do something. But Raymond has got to be disheartened here. He's moving forward, he's landing more shots, but he's still not favored on the judges' scorecards.
Yeah, Raymond doing what he's done throughout this whole fight, but the more Congrit punches, the more opportunities he has to land these shots. So Congrit can't get too confident. And a good left hook there.
And you can tell the corner of Congrit know exactly what they're doing. They are cheering every time he lands anything at all, and it's favoring him for the judges' scorecards 100%.
You see there's a few exchanges where Congrit actually throws, and then Raymond does not throw back. That will be looking good in the eyes of the judges. Most of the time we got counter punching from Congrit, so they may believe he wins those exchanges too.
I mean, to me, Congrit's doing great in this round as well. He's took the fight a little bit more to Raymond, I suppose, and he seems to be landing a few more counter punches as well. A very even round, but you look at the face and the difference of both of these fighters as well.
Yeah, Raymond looking very bruised and beat up in the face now. Those strong punches that Compet getting through. Compet can be very evasive when he wants to. Good body work there from Raymond. 15 seconds left on the clock. Congrit finishing the round slow. Maybe not the wisest choice, but if he believes he's ahead. And that's the end of the round, ladies and gentlemen.
Round number 9 ended pretty well, I think, for Congrit, to be honest. There we see that jumping lead hook of Congrit, a great punch to use against an opposite stance. And to me, Congrit was just more aggressive in that round and took the fight to his opponent just ever so slightly more, which to me, you've got to give that round to Congrit. And we see the flurries.
Yeah, I think Congrit played a really good game. Come alive more in that round, being so close. Trying to pick up the pace, win that round, and win the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight title.
I mean, this 10th round is all to play for now. I mean, you're basically being told that whoever wins this round wins the fight. 10th and final round.
And at the end of this round, ladies and gentlemen, we will have someone crown the WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight title. This has been 9 rounds so far of action, and I'm sure we will have a final round of action again. Raymond Poon representing Hong Kong in the red shorts against Kompet Nanapet from Thailand in the blue shorts.
Great round so far. Kompet, I haven't seen him this active before. So active with his pivots, so accurate with his shots as well.
Yeah, Congrit now looking a lot lighter on the feet, a lot more bouncy. Before, he's just standing strong, bending his knees. But big counter punches. Both corners here trying to influence the judges. Anytime their fighter lands a shot, they're just screaming.
But these people should be told you can't bang the ring, you can't hit the chairs. It's definitely something you shouldn't be allowed to do. They should be told about this. If you hit the ring, the fighter assumes there's only 10 seconds left. Great punches by Raymond. Both corners doing exactly what they need to do. It's not just that man in the ring anymore. The corners are trying to help them as much as they can.
Good boxing there from Congrit, but still Raymond throwing back. Landing good volume. Congrit stepping back. Now it's Congrit who wants to be on the outside. Congrit on the back foot, making Raymond come towards him. He tries the body, but tight guard. But the hands are low, and he eats some shots to the face.
Great combinations there landed by Raymond, but I just feel it doesn't matter what he does. He's not going to be favored in this round unless he knocks him down and it's a clear knockdown. I don't think Raymond Poon's going to take this fight. He's got to do something spectacular now.
I believe Congrit believes he has it. He's taken to the back foot. He buys himself some time. He circles out. Stays on the outside.
I mean, Congrit to me has protected his investment very well. He's just realized he must have won that 9th round and realized I can now just kind of evade this 10th round. But to me, I think he's taken way too much damage in this 10th round. But it almost feels like Raymond Poon would need a knockdown to win this fight.
Yeah, Raymond desperate to win, coming forward, throwing big volume of shots, plays well into Congrit's game, but he eats a lot of shots to give back one. Strong punches there from both these fighters.
And it's whoever ends this round, to me, whoever ends this round strong is going to be careful. As soon as you hear that clapper go, you've got to give it everything you've got. Judges favor what you do at the start and at the end, and we've got to see it now.
And there we have the last 10 seconds. Raymond still coming forward, throwing strong.
Crowd going wild, and that is it, folks. What a fight for this WBC Asia Continental Light Flyweight Championship. We're going to go to these action replays, so you just see early on Raymond doing everything he possibly could to close that gap, to get his opponent where he wanted him. He landed a double right hand, he landed clean left hooks. Everything in this replay, Raymond was landing some great shots. But again, every time he did, his opponent, Congrit, would land a huge, hard counter, which I think the judges liked. We're going to go to Peter Dem with the official announcement. But don't go anywhere, folks. We still have 3 more title fights after this one. We'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first judge, Judge Chaweng Krutke, scores it 95-95, a draw. Second judge, Judge Nakin Kramri, scores it 94-96 for the red corner. And the last judge scores it, Judge Thanapat Sergel scores it 94-96 for the blue corner. This bout is a draw. Ladies and gentlemen, this next bout is scheduled for 10 rounds of action for the WBA Asia South Lightweight Championship. Calling first to the ring, Atanon Gullawong. Welcoming to the ring, his opponent from the red corner, Matvey Lagirev. welcoming to the ring คุณนฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชา Mr. Biko Santik and Mr. Won Kim. May I please ask everybody to stand up and pay your respects to the national anthems of the fighters. ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติของนักมวยทั้งคู่ด้วยครับ Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 10 rounds of action for the WBA Asia South Lightweight Championship. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black with gold trim, with a professional boxing record of 23 victories, 16 defeats, and 1 bout even. Official weight, 61 kilograms, representing Thailand. Please give it for Atanon Kunlawong. And his opponent fighting out the red corner, wearing white with gold trim. Official weight 60.7 kilograms, with a professional boxing record of 6 victories and no losses with no bouts even. Hailing out of Russia. Please give it up for the undefeated Matvey Lagirev. The supervisor, Mr. Won Kim, and the referee, Mr. Pinit Prayatsup, and the judges going ringside, Mr. Chala Prayatsup, and Mr. Carlos Costa, and Mr. Natalie Bui.
Ladies and gentlemen, our 10th fight of the night for the WBA Asia South Light weight title. This fight is contested at 135 pounds. We have Russia taking on Thailand. In the red corner, wearing the white shorts with the gold trim, we have Matvey Lagirev taking on Atanon Kunlawong, representing Thailand, wearing the black shorts with the gold trim. And this is round 1 underway of a scheduled 10.
The fight is already holding central ring very early on. You see Matvey, high guard, using that jab grip. Lots of feints already from the Russian fighter.
Yeah,
jab for jab right now.
And Matvey obviously coming into this fight undefeated, fighting out of Tiger Muay Thai. So I know my friend Johnny Betts will be watching this fight at home.
I mean, he's got to remember he's going up against Atanon, who's had 40 professional fights. So 6 wins, no losses for the Russian fighter, but 40 fights for the Thai fighter. I mean, that is just so much experience.
Yeah, will this be a battle of experience, or is this a young female? Good body work there, goes low, goes high, rapid shots.
I mean, the experience can work for them and against them. If you're experienced enough where you just keep doing the same thing over and over, or does the fighter who doesn't want to know too much about you start working you out, or have they done their research? Have they realized what your tendencies are, and have they tried to work out how to beat you in this fight so far? But to me, a great start by Matvey. He's just really utilized that jab, found his range very early on and looks very calm in there as well. But Atanon on that back foot looks calm as well.
Good work there. Measuring well with that lead hand. The jab then goes to the body. Very explosive.
Level changes by Matvey as well, so you can see that jab working beautifully for him. And it's a 10-round fight. If you can get that jab going in the first round of a 10-round fight and then the feints start following, you can really control your opponent to do exactly what you want him to do. And you can see he's already stepping to Matvey's right side. So all Matvey has to do is wait for the perfect moment and chop down with that right hand.
Yeah, Matvey looking to go high, looking to go low, but Atanon not biting too much on these feints. A good jab.
And that's the great thing, Atanon not biting, like you said, and that's where the experience comes in. But as soon as these level changes bring the guard down of Atanon, we see that right hand probably going to come right upstairs.
Working well to the body, Matvey. Atanon still. Good jab, good counter shots.
I like that Atanon is staying really calm as well. And like you said, not reacting to the feints, and he's throwing some nice odds body shots as well. He's thrown a looping right hand to the body of Matvey several times over. So a very difficult shot to really handle and block if you're Matvey.
Yeah, Atanon looking very relaxed here.
I mean, that right hook is almost a blind side to your opponent's body. There's not really much you can do to block that shot unless you're out of range.
Good battle of the jabs this first round. Good jabs from both fighters here. Atanon looks to come in. Working inside there from Matvey. And that's the end of round one. We will go to the highlights.
A great round as well for both fighters. I do think Matvey did a lot better to kind of set the stage of what he wants to achieve in the later rounds. But I think Atanon was also pulling out a lot of fancy tricks, lots of good pivots, lots of nice footwork, and also lots of very dangerous shots to the body. And it's one of those shots where if you don't see it coming, you can't really do much about it. And you've just got to accept you're going to take a few big shots to the body. And it's shots you do not see that tend to hurt the most. But Matvey, to me, just sticking with that jab, remaining calm and trying to find his range and get those feints going. But a great round by Matvey and Atanon.
Yeah, not too much shown from both fighters, but enough to get each other's attention. Both working well with that jab. Both going to the body. Matvey showing that he can work it very well in close. Great movement from Atanon. To be interesting going into the second round. And this fight is scheduled for 10 rounds. And right now, we enter the second round. A touch of gloves there from both fighters. Matvey again on the front foot, evades a jab there from Atanon.
Jab for jab again, and exactly what you expect in the opening rounds of a long fight. Whoever can establish a jab, whoever can get the feints working from, tends to take over in these fights. He switches to southpaw and goes to the left hand. Atanon with the moves, the grooves, and that is the experience coming out.
And we haven't seen it a lot this show, but Matvey working well in that clinch range, boxing in close. Good jab there from Atanon.
You're a very dangerous fighter if you can fight at all different zones and be damaging in all those zones. You don't have to do them all well, but as long as you're effective enough in every zone, you're a very difficult fighter to beat.
Matvey keeping that left hand down low sometimes. It helps to throw that jab, but again, you see Atanon attempt that overhand right. Wasn't as crisp as he threw before. He landed it quite flush before. The overhand right.
And a bit of a hit to the back of the head there, but I think it was just an accidental, I want to fight in the range. A jumping left hook puts him down to the canvas, and that was the beautiful left hook. He timed it with the jab to the body. He kept setting them jabs up to the body. Level change, and then that left hook upstairs put the man to the canvas. Beautiful left hook indeed.
And as I was just commenting on the low left hand, this is what you can do sometimes. You invite someone in. It's like a trapdoor, like you said before, Jimmy, and you just throw that counter left hook.
What a beautiful trap we just saw by Matvey there. Those level changes he was doing, those jabs to the body, set up that fake jab to the head, turned into a left hook. Beautiful stuff. I mean, we used to see this all the time from Floyd Mayweather when he took on Corrales. He was jabbing to the body, injecting to the body, changes the level, left hook upstairs. Great stuff indeed.
back into the action. The 1 minute to go of round 2. Atanon coming alive now.
And Matt Vey not wasting too much energy, even though he smells blood. He's not blowing everything out. He's not getting desperate. He knows this fight can go 10 rounds if he needs to. And again, right uppercut there to the body. He looks in pain, and the referee waves this off.
And you know what they say, if they fall forward, they don't tend to get back up. And there we see it. The fight is over. And let's see some of these action replays. So there we see the onslaught straight after that knockdown, but let's see the actual knockdown again. There was that beautiful left hook. And that left hook, ladies and gentlemen, was set up from the first round, the opening moments. And there's that rear uppercut right on the chin. And the power of Matt Vey puts him to the canvas. Timing of the 2 shots that put him down, absolutely beautiful. Let's go to Peter Denman with the official announcement.
Gentlemen, at the time of 2 minutes and 21 seconds, your winner by way of second round TKO and the new WBA Asia South lightweight champion from the red corner, Matt Vey Laguerre.
Fight till the end in this brutal town. Battered and bruised, but still we stand. Dreams of glory in our hands, broken bones and shattered dreams. Chase the light as darkness screams. Rise of legends side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made. Echoes of Russia side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made.
And next up, it is for the WPF Female World Flyweight title, 10 rounds of action. Calling first to the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, Panuman Bupa Malo. Welcoming to the ring, her opponent from the red corner, Hin Ting Chan. Mr. Nelis Singwangcha, Mr. Brico Santig, and Mr. Alvin Esco. Can you please stand up and pay your respects to the national anthems of the fighters, please? ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติของนักมวยทั้งคู่ด้วยครับ Ladies and gentlemen, this is 10 rounds of action for the WBF Female World Flyweight Championship. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, wearing red with blue trim. Hailing out of Thailand with a boxing record of 6 victories and 6 losses. Please give it up for Panumat Bupa Malo. And her opponent wearing silver, representing Hong Kong with a boxing record of 7 victories and 1 defeat. Please give it up for Hin Ting Chan. And their supervisor, Mr. Alvin Esco from the Philippines.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our 11th fight of the night. This fight is for the WBF Female World Flyweight title. It is contested at 112 pounds. We have Hong Kong versus Thailand. Representing Hong Kong, we have Hin Ting Chan wearing the white shorts with the gold trim. She will be facing Panumad Bupa Malo wearing the red shorts with the blue trim. This fight will be contested over 10 rounds, and we are starting with our first round here.
I mean, we've seen Hin Ting Chan fight several times over. She is just blitz her opponents every time. She's a temper fighter. She will not stop throwing for an entire round and then will take one entire round off. And this is how she fights. 1 round of pressure, 1 round of energy getting back. And we're already seeing it right now. Hin Ting Chan just taking the pace straight to Panamad.
Yeah, Hin Ting Chan very good. Throwing volume, very straight with these punches. Just coming down the middle, hitting Panumad. Panumad looks like she might be struggling a little bit with this pressure.
And Hin Ting Chan is very open to counter punches as well. As long as you can weather her storm, you can get the counter punches in between. But Hin Ting Chan can throw like this for an entire round.
She's going to the body, going low. Just circles her around the ring. She backs her up. Panumad's chin's in the air. Doesn't look like she's setting too much weight down on her feet to be able to throw these counter shots. She's got all that weight on the back foot, trying to lean back from these shots, but Hin Ting Chan throwing very straight.
Panumad, like you said, is not sitting down on these counters. She's almost exposing her chin and allowing Hin Ting Chan, but if you just kind of get yourself into a shell, pivot around the lead hand of Hinting Chang, you can start throwing your counters because you don't have to be intimidated of the power of Hinting Chang. She's just throwing arm shots. She's just trying to outwork you. If you just keep your chin tucked in and throw these hooks around the flurries, you'll have a good time against Hinting Chang. But final moments of round number 1.
Yeah, definitely. Needs to set her weight down. If someone's going to be an unstoppable force, you need to become an immovable object. She can't turn her chin away because that allows Hinting Chan to, and a big right hand there, and the end of first round.
And a classic Hinting Chan round. She will just keep firing. And here we are with some of the action replays. So there we see Hinting Chan just marching forward and throwing nothing but 1-2, 1-2. The jab with the right hand, jab with the right hand, slaps down to the body, slaps down to the head. And for those of you at home wondering why isn't Panama just throwing hooks out of it, when you've got somebody firing at you, you are constantly aware of your surroundings. You're constantly under pressure. It's very hard to throw a shot when there's about 3 shots coming at you. So I'd like to see Panama just sit down a little bit more, tuck that chin in, take a few shots on the gloves, and then just whack around with a counter. But look, Hinting Chang is 7-1 for a reason. She outworks her opponents.
Yeah, we could almost relate the game plan back to an earlier fight we saw when we saw Kongrich take on Raymond Poon. There's a reason why fighters sit down, put their heads forward, tuck their chin, and put the weight on their front leg to be able to throw these counter shots. And now we are starting round 2 of a possible 10.
The art of the counter, letting them do the work for you, letting them walk onto your shots, and there we see it. On that back foot, very nicely done by Panumad. And this is what she needs to do. Just clamp down on the arms, take away Hinting Chang's best weapon, which is flurries. Take away her arms.
And Panumad needs to try not turn her head because it just aids Hinting Chan in punching her. If she turns her chin to the side or lifts her chin up, she's able to knock her head back or turn her head to the side. She needs to stand strong, bring that chin down, and look for these counter shots. And Hinting Chan is not stopping, just pushing forward constantly. Tying her up in the clinch, the glove across the face.
Almost like a Muay Thai style, just rubbing that glove on the face of her opponent. But remember, these are only 2-minute rounds. Hinting Chan knows that all she has to do is keep a pace up like this for 2 minutes, and she's going to win the round on just purely pressure alone.
And there you see Panumad with her chin in the air. These shots aren't very big, but when you're not bracing your neck, when you're not setting your weight down, it's easy to make them look more effective than they are.
It's kind of quality over quantity for Hinting Chang. You take 10 shots, that might not hurt, but after 10 shots, you know, it's kind of like that classic thing of a water droplet on a rock will eventually erode the rock. It's just time after time you take that many shots, eventually it's going to do something. The referee's looking at this closely, but you can't push your glove in the face of your opponent. The referee should be doing something here. And the standing count, exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, Panumad just turning away, not defending herself. Referee good to step in there.
But interestingly, you're not really supposed to have standing counts in professional boxing like that. So unless the referee determines that possibly she tumbled and the ropes held her up, that's the only way the referee can give a standing count in a situation like that.
And over to the highlights. But we will see pretty much what we saw this whole round, and that is Hinting Chan pushing forward, throwing these punches in bunches, just swarming Panumad. Panumad having some success with these counter shots, but unless she stands strong, she's very much swimming upstream, trying to trade punches with Hinting Chan, who is relentless in her pursuit.
And I was here the first time Hinting Chan actually took a loss. And the reason she took a loss is because the person she was against just kept stepping back and countering, and just almost took the range away from Hinting Chan. But Panumad, to me, is very close to losing this fight in the sense that she might get stopped if she just keeps taking punch after punch. The referee has to give you a standing count. To me, you're proving to the referee you need to just kind of do something or the referee has to pull you out of there.
And this is the third round of our WBF Female World Flyweight title. We have Hinting Chang from Hong Kong in the white shorts with the gold trim against Panumad Bopamalu in the red shorts with the blue trim, representing Thailand. The third round of a potential 10.
So Hong Kong against Thailand once again. And this is what I've said before about Hinting Chang. She'll start off with a constant flurry and then we'll take an entire round off. I've never understood the method. I don't know if it's because this is how she reserves energy, almost like a solar panel, just kind of using everything she's got, then getting the energy up and then going for it in the next round. But I've seen this several times over.
Yeah, maybe just putting one away in the bank for later rounds if she needs to go there. But I feel she has the potential to get this fight stopped if we were to carry on the way she did in that second round. If Panumad's unable to defend herself, the referee may take a good look at this fight.
And I've seen this so many times before with when she fights. Hinting Chang will just do this. Will just take an entire round where she fights the complete opposite of what she did before. She'll fight in punches and bunches and then take a round off. But I do believe she pushed the pace. She'd be able to do something here. But Panumad found a right counter there.
Looked like a good strong right hand there from Panumad. Needs to try throw some more of these. She can't keep chin in the air though because Hinting Chang's ready to throw right back. She's working the body too now.
All of these shots are getting through, not landing hard. But definitely, to me, if you're not protecting yourself, the referee needs to just step in right now. To me, this fight is going on long enough. The referee should step in. And what is the referee doing? What?
And another standing count there for Panumad at the end of the round. And that is the round over. Panumad there turning away.
You can't be saved by the bell as well. You have to take the full count.
And here we are with our replays. Panumad with some success there when she's throwing them counters. But she just has her chin in the air. She's eating these shots. And Hinting Chan just throwing punches in bunches. Just moving. Panumad unable to throw back her own counter shots. This is the importance of footwork. Everything starts from the legs, stand strong. And at the end there, we see Panumad unable to defend herself. Hinting Chan just pushing her glove in the face of Panumad. And you must be wondering what the corner are saying now to Panumad. She needs to change her game plan up. But I feel it may be too late to be able to change anything drastically in this fight. Not sure what she can learn between rounds now that would guide her to a victory. Hinting Chan must be feeling very confident right now. As Jimmy said, she took a little rest round off, but still managed to give Panumad a count. And we are starting our fourth round of a potential 10.
And that's the situation here. To me, the referee should be looking at this. As soon as Hinting Chan gets a combination going against Panumad, the referee just needs to call it. I mean, if you're not defending yourself, if you're not trying to win, you've just got to go on to fight another fight. But don't take unnecessary damage. But I understand the referee realized that a lot of these punches are probably not hitting hard, but they're still landing.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said about accumulative damage. It's almost like a domino effect. As soon as one lands, your head's getting wobbled left to right, and she turns away again, takes it on the side of the face. Unfortunately, they may not look hard, but over time, all these punches landing, wobbling Panumad, unable to defend herself.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what is Panumad doing? What is Panumad doing to win? She's not trying to win. She's now turning ahead. What is... The referee just needs to step in and now gives another count. A third count. But the corner to me should just throw in the towel here. What is Panumad doing? Credit to Panumad for standing her ground, but the fight should be over now. She's not done anything to demonstrate that she's going to win this fight or even try to win. To me, this fight is over now. Hinting Chang. And finally, the referee steps in. No more standing count. And finally, the fight is over. That, to me, the fight went on way too long. sometimes a corner has got to throw in a towel for an opponent like this. I mean, look, fighters are fighters. They do not want to give up. They'll want to go down and, go out on their shield. But sometimes the referee and your corner are there to save you. Credit to Hinting Chang. She does what she does best, which is overwhelmed you with punches. Panumad stood her ground. Panumad never once gave up. Credit to Panumad, stood her ground, took everything, but Hinting Chang does what she does. Overwhelmed you with punches and bunches, and then just gets you out of there. Let's go to Peter Denman with the official announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the time of 1 minute and 26 seconds, your winner by way of 4th round TKO, fighting out of the red corner, Hinting Chan. He's the new WBF Female World Flyweight Champion. Supervisor, Mr. Alvin Esco. Promoter in the ring, Mr. Brico Sante. This is the Race Highland Spaceplus Boxing Promotions. We hold events once a month, every last Thursday of the month, here 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. at Spaceplus Ratchada.เราจะจัดมวยแบบนี้นะครับผมทุกพฤหัสท้ายของเดือนนะครับโลคนใหม่ครับWBF Female World Flyweight นะครับทินทิงช่างจากฮ่องกงครับเอาชนะพานุมาตรบุกหามาโลไปครับในการชนะ TKO ครับAnd this next bout, it is for 12 rounds of action for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight Championship. Calling first to the ring from the blue corner, Li Xiang. To the ring, his opponent from the red corner, Arvin John Prachones. Welcoming to the ring, the promoter, Mr. Dennis Hobson from the UK, Mr. Brico Sante, promoter at Highland Boxing Promotions, and Mr. Won Kim from the WBA Asia.ขอเชิญทุกท่านยืนขึ้นนะครับเพื่อเคารพเพลงชาติของมวยทั้งคู่ด้วยนะครับ May I please ask everybody to stand up and give your respects to the national anthems of the fighters. Then, ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event, and it is scheduled for 12 rounds of action for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight Championship. Introducing to you first, fighting out the blue corner, wearing black and gold with yellow trim. Official weight 49 kilograms with a boxing record of 9 victories, 2 losses, and 2 bouts even. Hailing out of and proudly representing China. Please give it up for Li Xiang. And his opponent fighting out the red corner, wearing pink with white trim. Official weight 49 kilograms with a boxing record of 9 victories and no losses with no bouts even. Hailing out of and proudly representing the Philippines. Please give it up for the undefeated Arvin John Pachones. The supervisor, Mr. Won Kim from South Korea. And the referee in charge of the action, Mr. Nat Lee Bui. And the judges going ringside, judge number 1, Mr. Taleb Prayat. Judge number 2, Mr. Pinit Priyatsap. And Mr. Carlos Costa.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening. This fight is for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight title. We have the Philippines taking on China. From the Philippines, we have the sniper, Arvin John Pachones, versus Zhang Li. Zhang Li wearing the black and gold shorts. Arvin John Pachones wearing the pink shorts with the white trim. This fight is scheduled for 12 rounds, and we are underway with our first round, and these fighters are wasting no time.
This is what we love to see. A great left hand there landed already. And wow, the sniper looked like he may have got sniped with that shot just there. Arvin, the sniper, usually very calculated, but Zhang Li looking like he wants to go home early, cracking him with that light hand.
Zhang Li looks like he's got a Christmas dinner to eat, and he wants to get back, and he wants to eat it. Great exchanges from both these fighters.
I mean, what a great day to have a title fight. Boxing Day, the official day of boxing as we like to call it. But we've got a classic southpaw against an orthodox, and you'll notice the footwork is everything in a fight like this. You can see already Zhang Li keeps stepping very far to the right to land that left hand down the middle, and there he comes alive once again. The sniper just looking to hold on. Big shots getting through. You can already see the right face of Arvin starting to get nice and red.
Yeah, Zhang Li, a lot of success with that straight left hand down the center. Working very well for him.
It just came out of nowhere as well. Explosion straight down the middle. Both of these fighters as tough as they come. Very great fighters, very calculated, very smart. Great right hand there landed by Arvin the sniper.
Yeah, Arvin. He tried to step in with that shot before, and the second time he had it, find some success. These two look like they've earned each other's respect early on in the fight. A quick start, slowing down the pace now. Good 1-2 from Zhang Li there, just missing.
Zhang Li now flicking out that jab, but a big left hand to the right hand there by Arvin. So both fighters landing some of their best shots already in the opening round of this title fight, scheduled for 12 rounds.
Yeah, brilliant shot there. And I thought he was trying to complain to the referee there, but there was some taunting. There was a little hold to the fight, but it was just a taunt there from Zhang Li.
Interesting to taunt your opponent when you got cracked that hard, pretending where did the shot go?
Maybe that's how hard he hit him. He can't remember it happening, but both these fighters with incredible backhands, earning each other's respect.
Yeah, I mean, technically this is just a great matchup. Beautiful jumping uppercut landed right there from Arvin. And that got the attention of Zhang Li. What a title fight for the opening round.
And the second time he's thrown that uppercut, or at least the second time he's landed it, worked very well. And Zhang Li not asking where that punch went. He knows very well where that punch went.
Yeah, we didn't see any taunting after that one. And the sniper living up to his name, sniping him with that uppercut and then that jumping right uppercut as well. What a round that one was, Ollie. We're going to get some action replay soon. Main event material happening right now. So we see here the bodywork by Zhang Li. As soon as he got the sniper against the ropes, he just went to town to the body, landing uppercuts. And there was that cracking right hand down the middle landed by Arvin. I mean, it was one of those rounds where Zhang Li started so strong, wobbled the sniper, but then the sniper came right back with some beautiful shots of his own. There's that jumping uppercut right there. What a round.
Yeah, incredible first round there. We are being treated to this main event here live at Space in Bangkok.
I mean, what more do you want to do on Boxing Day than sit ringside, watch boxing, or in the comfort of your home? And a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone watching. This is our final show of the year, but we are here every month on the last Thursday of every month. But this is a title fight we have got for the second round.
Touch of gloves there from the opponents. Bit more of a tentative start now. Both earned each other's respect that last round, and a stepping backhand again from Arvin. Good sharp jab.
Yeah, the respect is clearly there, but no respect for that shot. The sniper cracked him with a clubbing right hand, and it looks like there's no more taunting going on here by Zhang Li. It's all business. Great jab down to the body there by Arvin. You've got to be curious to what he's trying to set up right now.
He just does so well to come in, close the distance, and then land that shot. Amazing range there.
I've seen the sniper fight several times over, and this is what he does. He picked you off with just these very unique shots. He's a very exciting fighter, very quick, very crafty.
Finding a home for that backhand. Very good to step in with that jab, throw that backhand, goes to the body. And I believe he's really earned the respect of Zhang Li now.
I mean, both fighters are basically using the same combination against each other. It's that jab with the backhand. So it is just really a battle of who can pull it off better. But then the sniper, Arvin, just keeps throwing in these uppercuts as well. So to me, Arvin is just doing a little bit more to mix things up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. You see there, Zhang Li, as you said, a good step-in jab backhand too. But now Arvin throwing more variation in his shots, showing more tools.
Some great combination. He's now going to the body. That kind of looked like a low blow almost. And he's trying to push him up, but the referee now starting to break them up, but he's asking him to pull those punches up. That was definitely lower the border.
Yeah, very low shots there to the body. Before that, Arvin done well just to slip off and not eat that backhand.
Now you can see both fighters don't want to engage in middle warfare or close range. They're just trying to set up that backhand. So they're jabbing the way in, and as soon as their lead leg gets on the outside of each other's, they're just going to send that one right down the middle. And beautiful.
Big right hook there from Arvin. He attempted it before. Feel like he had the counter shot from Zhang Li, but now lands that flush.
And we see
Strong and an overhand left there.
Southpaw for southpaw right now for both of these fighters. So trying something ever so differently.
And Arvin just controlling that range. Swinging a miss there from Zhang Li.
Arvin, I mean, I think he's just very aware of his range now. I think he knows exactly where he needs to be to avoid the backhand. And that's why he's able to jump in with these shots. So the range management so far by Arvin, to me, is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, just where he wants to be, and end of the round there. We will check out our highlights. Once again, another exciting round. Good, and there we see that backhand landing. Almost overhand. There he can throw it straight before he threw it overhand. Some variation in this shot. It's just able to change the trajectory of it as he's moving to land on target. A lot of success that round, and that step-in right hook that hurt Zhang Li. A good round for Zhang Li too, though. Very much those highlights, highlighting what the sniper did, but a good round for both of them. But I feel now Arvin John Pacquiaones on that round. I believe you could give him 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those interesting situations where are you going to just favor those great counter punches or the forward pressure of Zhang Li? I mean, look, I think Arvin took that round very clearly. I think he landed some very clean shots down the middle, and I think that's exactly what he needs to keep doing. It's working for him. Let's keep it going for Arvin. But here we are, round number 3.
And Zhang Li back in that southpaw stance. And Arvin nearly eating a counter backhand there. Very tentative first round for both of these two. Felt each other's power.
And here we are, fainting matchup once again. Like you said, both respect each other's power, neither want to engage, and both have got the same idea. Who wants to force the action will tend to win these exchanges.
Good backhand attempt there from Arvin.
And for those of you wondering at home as well what the backhand actually is in boxing, we've said it quite a lot. They don't actually hit with the back of the hand. It just tends to be the hand that's furthest away from their opponent. We consider it the backhand because it's at the back of them. It's their final shot. So for an orthodox, it is their right hand. For a southpaw, it's the left hand. So when you hear us say backhand, we mean it's still a straight shot. Great shot downstairs. So this is what I like as well by Arvin, is he's starting to mix things up with the levels now. He's starting to go downstairs because at the moment, Zhang Li is very aware of that shot coming up upstairs. If you start mixing things up, it's the classic go low, go high, level change, right hook, beautiful stuff by Arvin.
And a big hook there. Big right hook from Arvin. You see Zhang Li trying to almost control that lead hand, the front hand of Arvin. Right hand to right hand, but just times him well. And steps in with that big right hook.
Patting his glove down. So we call this powwowing almost in boxing, where you're just powwowing and hitting their jab away, trying to get your range, and it's timing as well. There's a timing tell on everything, and you can see both fighters are just trying to time each other well.
Yeah, see Arvin trying to break the rhythm of that glove touch. The referee brings him back up there. Zhang Li just pushed him down. Good step in, right hook. Seen this a few times from Arvin. Gaining confidence throwing that shot.
And it's just beautifully set up. He's going down low, then changing the levels, and then jumping upstairs. So he's basically making Zhang Li believe he's going downstairs with a body shot and then turns it into a shot upstairs. Great stuff by the sniper here. Zhang Li, to me, kind of looks a little bit shell-shocked now. We're not seeing the same Zhang Li we saw in the first round, who was firing off really powerful shots. The sniper, to me, has started to control this fight.
Yeah, Zhang Li, and again with that jump in, acknowledged by Zhang Li. The sniper very much living up to his name. And Zhang Li had some success early on, but definitely slowed down. And well, back to his old tricks of some taunting. That is the end of the third round. We will look at the rebays.
Interesting taunt at the end by both fighters. Both realize exactly what they're doing. They both know they're going for the same move. Now, the sniper to me is doing the same move, just better than Zhang Li. He's landing cleaner, he's setting it up more, and he's trying to take the fight to him. You can see there that jumping hook and the jumping uppercut as well by the sniper. And like you said, Ollie, sniper by name, sniper by nature. He's definitely living up to that nickname.
Yeah, Zhang Li needs to get back to tricks that he did at the beginning. He was working well with that rear hand, but I feel like he was stood in orthodox stance, throwing the right hand, and now he switched to southpaw. And we're not seeing that backhand, which would be his left hand. He's not throwing that so often now.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing, because if you change up your stance because you're being beat in one stance, you've got to question why you're doing it and what is the real reason. I mean, I think Zhang Li should just go back to what he was doing in the first round and stick to it. If you're an orthodox, you can beat a southpaw with the same moves. You've just got to do it more. But here we are, round 4.
And this is for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight title. The 4th round scheduled for 12 rounds. Arvin just checking that jab out. Zhang Li just controlling the distance, pumping his own jab out too. Just controlling the air.
Great shots downstairs again by Arvin, and we know why he's doing this now. He's working the body as much as he can, touching the guard of Zhang Li to deliver one of those jumping hooks as well. We can see him setting it up. We can see him loading up the hips. Zhang Li, to me, has got to go back to that jab with the backhand. He's got to go back, to me, in an orthodox stance. I don't think southpaw's working from the same way. Unless he's more comfortable as a southpaw, I think he should go back to orthodox and see if it works. And there it is again. Stumbles the opponent. Jumping hook once again. And now he's going to town with the body shots.
And now Arvin just taking his time. He's in no rush. He's got 2 minutes left on the clock. But that lead hook, that right hand definitely hurt him. Zhang Li fires back with some counter shots here.
I mean, the fact Zhang Li did not go to the canvas, I think a lot of people would have gone down from that shot. Zhang Li, very, very tough. I mean, he took that shot well and just carried on boxing like nothing happened. Great stuff by Zhang Li as well.
But definitely earned his respect. Slowed down, pumping that jab out. And now Arvin is just almost stalking him. Attempted again, but Zhang Li a bit wiser now. Just steps back off of that jumping hook.
And you can see Arvin just keeps flicking that jab out, but just trying to feint his way in to get that hook going once again. And I just think Arvin is going to set this one up perfectly. But if, Zhang Li steps back and tries to counter it, the best counter sometimes is the same punch, and he's got to catch him as he moves in.
Yeah, Zhang Li showed that he's got a good rear hand when he punches, which was his right hand, and attempted jumping left hook again.
But Zhang Li stepped back and went for the counter, and that's what he's got to wait for. He needs to counter the counter puncher sometimes, especially if the counter puncher is jumping in on you. You've got to time it. You've got to watch their footwork. You've got to watch their hips. Watch them come in and then counter them in.
And you can start to see that bruising below the eye of Zhang Li from that right hook from Arvin. And again, just think he stuffed it a little bit, but he's definitely looking for a home for that right hook.
But once you've shown your shot, the best one you can throw in the fight, your opponent's always going to be hyper aware of it. You've got to start, using a smoke screen, so to speak. Start disguising it again, start adding some new moves, and then go back to the shot that worked for you.
And that's the end of the 4th round. We go to our replays. Here we have a nice uppercut there from Arvin. And this was where that rear hand working well for Zhang Li. Caught Arvin there, but nothing too damaging. Didn't shake him too much. Good body work there from Arvin. Attempted uppercut again. And he works well when he's close, Arvin, as well. Zhang Li can't get too close.
I mean, it was just one of those entertaining rounds, but I do think that Arvin right now found his groove, found his timing, found the power shots that work for him, and is now just sticking to that game plan. But Zhang Li, I mean, has been told, obviously, by his corner to change his stance, do something differently. But to me, Zhang Li did so much better in that orthodox stance that you've got to wonder, why is he now gone to southpaw? Why is he trying to beat a natural southpaw?
And this is the start of the 5th round. Just looking over at the corner of Arvin there. It looks like they want him to go to the body. Look like they want him to throw that uppercut.
And that's a lot of Vaseline that's being applied on the side of his face. Definitely one of those situations where you're kind of giving away which shots are hurting most, and it's that right hook that lands clean.
And we see him go to the body, we see him go high. And as you were saying, he needs to set it up, but also now Zhang Li is worried about that right uppercut, that right hook. Then he can afford to go to the body. He can use the threat of that to set up other shots too.
Can we just say, but the sniper is now in the orthodox stance. He's now switched it up on him. He's now proving, all right, I beat you at southpaw, let me try orthodox. Is this a way to get Zhang Li to maybe go back to orthodox? Is this a game plan? Is this the psychology of it?
And there he eats across to the body from Zhang Li, and Zhang Li puts his weight on him again. Don't know if that body hurt him there or whether Zhang Li just pushed him down. It looked like he just folded a little bit.
Yeah, it looked like he went down a little bit too easily there, but it's also you can kind of just like gauge your time. If you want range and you want space, you let the referee come in to break you, step behind the referee, get your gaps between you and your opponent a little bit easier.
And you've got to be wondering what Zhang Li's thinking about Arvin going to this orthodox stance, thinking, why has he changed? How this plays on his mind. Big overhand right there.
Yeah, and that's the great thing of boxing. Everything is psychology. You know what they usually say is that 90% of it is mental. 10% obviously is the talent, the hard work and everything, but 90% is the psychology behind the boxing. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to believe in your tactics. So the sniper going into an orthodox stance to me is very entertaining indeed. What is he going to do differently? What is he going to be able to do better than Zhang Li now?
Well, he's shown that he's got power in that lead hand when he's standing southpaw, which is the right hand. And now he's back to southpaw.
And he's now going to the body as well. I mean, look, Zhang Li is standing in there, but right now I feel like Zhang Li hasn't really done much of anything to prove that he was winning any of these rounds. I do feel like the sniper is just almost finding the openings now to try and end this fight. We've already seen like two very close calls. A big left hand upstairs by Zhang Li. So Zhang Li finally coming alive, believing in himself, stepping forward, but he eats a right hook in the process.
Yeah, good work coming forward from Zhang Li. But he can't afford to open up too much. That counter hook's always there. Now I feel like he's baiting him in a little bit now. But we're seeing Zhang Li come forward, throw combinations instead of just looking for a counter punch.
Left hook downstairs, but Zhang Li not planting his feet as well. He's going to lose a lot of power in those shots when he lifts up that back foot as well. So I like Zhang Li's tactic. I like that he wants to go to the body and he's flicking out that jab, but the sniper is just using his range. Look at the wide stance of the sniper. He knows exactly where Zhang Li is at every point, and it's all a battle of the range right now.
And that is the end of the 5th round. We will look at the replays next.
So here we are with those action replays. You see the nice body shots being landed by the sniper here. You know, the man from the Philippines just doing a great job so far, landing some great crisp shots. There was that jumping lead hook. And, you know, like we said in the opening moments of that round, Arvin was in the orthodox stance, but then he eats a left hand by Zhang Li. So Zhang Li had one of his greatest punches in that round just then. But again, to me, it's too far in between to really be winning these rounds. To me, the sniper, I mean, he's 9-0 for a reason. He knows how to win fights and he knows how to keep you on your toes, and that's exactly what he's doing well.
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. This is the main event of the evening. It is for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight title. We have the Philippines taking on China. Arvin John Pacquiao's in the pink shorts with the gold trim, taking on Zhang Li from China in the gold and black shorts. This is scheduled for 12 rounds, and at the start of this 6th round, we have some good work here.
The sniper back into the orthodox stance, and the best punch for him right now is that rear uppercut right to the chest. If you're an orthodox against the southpaw, just throwing that rear uppercut to the chest is one of the best shots you can throw. If it doesn't land the chest, it usually lands on the chin. It's a great punch. Great left hand there by Zhang Li as well.
Yeah, sniper staying tricky here, keeping Zhang Li guessing. Zhang Li seems very much in this fight still. Body shot there from Zhang Li. Return with a jab from Arvin, the sniper.
And you can see Zhang Li has just kind of reserved the fact that he's going to say southpaw in this fight. And, you know, it might do a lot better for him when the sniper goes into that orthodox stance. Maybe that's what he would prefer to happen anyways. A good southpaw tends to dominate divisions. I mean, but right now the sniper, to me, is just switching stances, but being so dominant in both stances as well.
Yeah, and Arvin the sniper looks like he's just wasting no energy. Just on the outside where he wants to be. Looks like he's keeping Zhang Li guessing.
And you can kind of see he's trying to find an opening. He's trying to, I mean, even the referee had to jump in there to tell him to fight on, but you can tell Arvin is setting up his shot just like a sniper would. It would take a long, long time. Figure out the range, figure out the distance, figure out the tempo, and then just launch that one shot like a bullet right down the middle. And if it lands clean.
Yeah, and you have to question the game plan of the sniper here. Maybe this is the plan. Come out in orthodox for a few rounds, make him forget about that right hook, because that hand's a little low sometimes from Zhang Li. He's had a lot of success, so you do question why he would abandon that plan. It's the most successful punch he's had so far in this fight.
Yeah, it's, I mean, very interesting. I mean, not to compare this fight to Marvin Hagler against Sugar Ray Leonard. A lot of people were very confused, and Marvin Hagler changed from his regular southpaw stance and fought his opponent in an orthodox stance, and a lot of people believe that's why he lost the fight. He didn't start in his strong position and stayed as the wrong side for the entire fight, and I feel like that's what we're seeing right now. A fighter who does a little bit better in another stance is still not confident to try it.
But a lot of power that the sniper has. So instead of the lead hand hook now, he's turned that into a backhand cross or a backhand overhand. Still lots of power, and is still landing in the same position, which is the left side of Zhang Li's face. Good exchange there, fired back from Zhang Li. Just misses on that hook on the exit.
It's so impressive that the sniper can go orthodox and southpaw and still look as crisp as ever. I mean, Terence Crawford used to do this. He used to say if you can dominate in southpaw and orthodox, that's what a winning fighter is.
And here we take a look at highlights. A big step in jab there, and another one from the sniper. And there we see him attempt that overhand right. A good block there from Zhang Li. Hits the glove. And then a lead hook there, which is the left hand of the sniper, Arvin John Paquiones.
I mean, again, I think we're just seeing one of those fights where one fighter, to me, is just cleaning up the rounds. I mean, he's doing everything he needs to do to impress the judges. He starts the round strong, does a good combination in the middle of the rounds, and then ends the round strong. I mean, boxing is theater at the end of the day. You're there to impress the referee and the judges at the same time. And if you can do exactly what he's doing, you'll win every round of boxing.
And two very different looking corners here. We start round 7. The sniper looking very calm and relaxed, talking to his corner. And Zhang Li looking a bit more tired, breathing a bit more heavy. But this is what can happen. Psychologically, the anticipation of waiting for these big shots can really tire you out. But if you're the aggressor, you're relaxed.
And you also saw the taunting originally from Zhang Li. He's probably not used to being hit this hard before, and he's probably not used to kind of getting outworked by somebody. So you start off by taunting, and then you realize that the sniper means business. You start to realize, I'm in a real big fight here. Both fighters in the corner right now.
And a big body shot there from Arvin. Didn't see Zhang Li change position too much after that body shot. I feel like that may have hurt him. He's keeping that elbow down tight. Normally keeps it a little higher. And there, that overhand landing in the same position as when he's in southpaw, the lead hook. He goes to the body.
I mean, look, Zhang Li now back in the southpaw again. I mean, just this is, to me, a good stance for him right now. He's doing really well. He's chopping down with these left hands as well. And I think the sniper is just trying to find out where it is. Both fighters exchange elbows, but acknowledge it. Respect in that ring. Very nice to see.
Yeah, and we had a good cross there from Zhang Li. Just missed, but it's good that he's throwing it at success early on in the fight. But Arvin John Paquiones with a 3P combo himself. Looking very relaxed here.
Another right hand down the middle, so you can see both fighters want to hold central ring, but it's the wider stance of the sniper which is really winning these exchanges for him. He's being able to dictate the pace and the range of his opponent very well here.
Zhang Li tries to come in, throws that overhand. And before the straight cross of Zhang Li, deflected by Arvin John Pacquiao, the sniper. He tries to go to the body again.
Great left hand here. Now, to me, Zhang Li is having a great round right now. He's starting to be aggressive. He's starting to push the pace, and he's actually trying to put it on the sniper. I think before he was allowing the sniper to just really get his groove going, really land some big shots, but this is what Zhang Li needs to do, just kind of push right back. Do not allow yourself to get bullied. Sometimes you got to push forward and give it right back to your opponent.
Yeah, having a lot of success. He's double jabbing, he's jabbing and stepping in, then he's throwing that rear hand, that left hand. He goes to the body this time.
And you can see the tattoo on the sniper's calf as well, which says, "I just didn't quit," or "I just don't quit." And that is definitely a testament of the way he fights. He just keeps going at you.
And a jab there. And that is the end of the round. Another exciting round. We are over to our replays.
And we see these replays here. Cracking left hook over the top of the guard, landed by the sniper. But Zhang Li started to wheel in some of these big clubbing shots as well. Hitting the arms of the sniper, but definitely getting his attention as well, because some of these shots eventually got through to the chin as well. And you could see some of the shorter left hands landed by Zhang Li were the best ones of that round. But a great round for both fighters. We're already going into round number 8, scheduled for 12.
Be interesting to see the next round. Zhang Li looked a lot better there on the front foot, being more aggressive. But Arvin John Pacquiao, the sniper, still throwing hard, looking confident, moving well. And this is the start of round 8 of a scheduled 12.
A great main event as well so far, and a great night of Boxing Day here at Spaceplus Bangkok, Highland Boxing. And you can see the jabs to the body being landed by Zhang Li now.
And we have the sniper back in southpaw. And Zhang Li started in orthodox, but has now gone back to southpaw.
You've got to question the reasoning behind this. You've got to try and understand, why is Zhang Li abandoned the orthodox? Why does he feel he can beat his opponent in southpaw? He started in orthodox, but then quickly changed. So there's definitely a game plan here that I don't see right now that's working for him.
And there, back in the southpaw stance, we see that great right hook from the sniper. Goes to the body. Taunted again by Zhang Li. Normally, if you show that it doesn't hurt, it means that it hurts.
Yeah, I mean, it's a peacock contest. Sometimes at the end of the day, you want to prove that that didn't hurt you and that you're more macho, but that shot definitely got through. He did the same thing in the second round when he got clipped with a big shot. And this is what the sniper does well. He does not get involved with the antics. He stays cool, stays calm, and lands some great shots down the middle.
Yeah, definitely. I was going to say, he does not appear to be the person that is going to bite to feints, to taunt, sorry. He's very calm and collected. I don't think he's going to get drawn into that game.
And he's a very respectful fighter as well. You've seen both fighters clash heads, elbows, and even go south of the border, but neither fighter has complained. They've just apologized and carried on with the fight. So great sportsmanship between two of these fighters as well.
Back in that southpaw stance, we see that right hook again, but a good block from Zhang Li.
And you can see now it's just kind of starting to fade out in these later rounds. Both fighters have shown their best shot so far. They've shown exactly what they're capable of. Now it's a case of who can go from the 8th round to the 12th round more active than the opponent as well. Who's going to double up the jabs more? Who's going to triple up the jabs more? Who's going to outwork each other right now? Because right now, to me, the fight is definitely going to Arvin at this point.
Yeah, agreed. He's definitely doing the work more. Good step in, crossing a hook there.
And this is where your corner needs to come alive. You need to get them to tell you, you need to step this up. You need to do something different now.
Yeah, Zhang Li, good step in hook. He's following him. But good evasion there from Arvin.
And you can see both fighters just circling each other in the center of the ring. Not long to go of round number 8. We went from a situation where it looked like the sniper nearly put Zhang Li out, and now we're back to almost an even style fight. But to me, again, there's edges here in the boxing world, and two fighters that are doing something quite similar, except I just think the sniper is just edging every round ever so slightly.
And that is the end of round 8. We will go to our highlights. Good and better work here from Zhang Li when he was moving forward, but Arvin just manages to just slip off, circles off from the ropes. Double jab, uppercut, and a good body work there from Arvin the sniper. And that left hook that we've seen all night just misses. Power in that right hook, from Arvin out of the southpaw stance. Seen that early on, he's got good power, and if you look there, this young man looks very relaxed, looks to be enjoying himself in there.
Not breathing heavy at all. He's having a conversation in the ring, which you wouldn't really advise unless you're trying to get them to calm down, but doesn't look like he's breathing heavy at all. Looks like he's done extra work in the gym to get to this point. To fight like the way he does, you can tell he trains very hard. Round number 9 underway, scheduled for 12.
And both fighters in that southpaw stance now.
And it's southpaw for southpaw now. We've just got to accept Zhang Li wants to fight this fight in southpaw, but like I said, sometimes you get to a point in fights where someone is surviving and not trying to win. Unless Zhang Li starts trying to knock out the sniper, I don't see how he wins this fight. Great clubbing, left hand landed there by the sniper.
And Zhang Li starting off trying to control that hand. Sometimes Arvin plays that game with him, sometimes he doesn't. Sometimes he allows him to control that hand. It works well for timing when you're trying to disrupt the rhythm and you want to step in and you want to throw that right hook.
And you said the right thing there. It's when the sniper allows him. I just believe that the sniper is kind of in control of everything happening, and where he wants the fight to go is exactly what's happening right now. Even when he clipped him, or even when Zhao Li fired a huge shot and missed, Arvin did not chase him. He just allowed it to come back to the middle. Great stuff by the sniper so far.
He's just using that hand to stay on the outside of Zhang Li. Anytime he steps forward, he steps back. He's still in good punching range, manages to step in with that jab, goes to the body too.
And those jabs are coming alive. Those feints are coming. We know that hook's eventually going to be coming very soon as well. Will it land on Zhang Li? Is he aware of it? We will see. There it is. Exactly the shot we could all see. But sometimes, even when you know it's coming, if you're tired, you cannot evade it. You've just got to accept you're going to take it on your gloves sometimes.
And Zhang Li looking a lot more tired than the sniper is here in this 9th round. Just over 1 minute left to go. Good uppercut inside work there from Arvin the sniper.
Just perfectly timed, and you can see it. He eats a left hook. Great shot there by Zhang Li. But again, a shot like that, unless it puts him down, isn't going to win the round.
Great counter punch there, but good inside work from Pacquiaones. Jumping with that right hook again. Just skims the glove.
And he's trying to now pat down that lead arm, so you can tell that lead arm of the sniper is definitely bothering Zhang Li, because he keeps trying to pat it away to send his combinations. And that's all you need to do. Get that jab working for you. Frustrate your opponent. And when we see him start tapping down to the body, we know he's trying to set up a big shot upstairs as well.
Zhang Li looks like he's slowed down a lot now with his jab. Arvin still looking very fresh. Reaction's very good. And that is the end of round 9. We go to our highlights.
Great round, great main event. This Boxing Day brought to you by Highland Boxing Gym and Spaceplus Bangkok. And here we see the sniper attempting a big combination. Zhang Li stepping back. And that was one of those great moments where each fighter threw the same combination. Neither fighter landed, but there was within inches of landing on each other. There you see that jumping hook that the sniper has used throughout this entire fight, and it's worked very well for him. Some great rear uppercuts being landed as well by both of these fighters, but again, the sniper always doing just enough and outworking Zhang Li.
And once again, this is our main event of the evening. This is for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight title, where we have the Philippines taking on China. Arvin John Paquiones representing the Philippines. The sniper in the pink and white shorts taking on Zhang Li, representing China, wearing the black and gold shorts. This is round 10, scheduled for 12.
And back into the action they go. Central ring for Bubba, cracking left hand down the middle there as well. The sniper wasting no time now, just taking the fight straight to Zhang Li with a big haymaker.
Great at closing the distance. Arvin the sniper steps in. They both threw that rear left hand down the center. And that big right hook again.
I know what they say, if it works, why change it? Just keep doing it. Zhang Li attempts a jumping hook of his own, but did not connect with any shot there. Goes down low as well. Asking him to keep them up. And again, respect between both of these fighters.
Yes, good respect from these two. Respectful young man. Arvin John Paquiones from the Philippines.
And he's just fought a beautiful fight. I mean, it started off really strong. Zhang Li looking like he might have been able to hurt the sniper in the first round. And then just every round after that, I just feel that Arvin John Paquiones has just done everything right. Just everything correct. Accuracy, timing, speed, power. He's done everything well in this fight. Great main event.
And a big body shot there acknowledged. And that's what he wants to do. Throw that body shot. Get the hands down of Zhang Li and then come in with that hook, a big uppercut, but he also eats a backhand there from Zhang Li.
Zhang Li again, every round seems to have one of these huge shots that he lands. He seems to find one to get through in every round. So we've seen it several times over. We've seen it happen many, many times. Both fighters just holding central ring once again.
Good, Zhang Li attempts to go to the body there. And now, a little bit of taunting here from Arvin, or maybe just readjusting his gun piece. Maybe I misread that. Good jab moving forward.
And a great right hook as well. So Zhang Li's starting to mix things up, but like I said, he's had a moment in every round where one big shot has got through. But again, unless you're putting the sniper down to the canvas, it's going to be very, very difficult to win this fight or even win these rounds at all, because the sniper is basically, to me, just doing 5 times more than everything Zhang Li is actually doing.
And once again, good right hook there. Left hand down the center. Just controlling the air, Zhang Li trying to pump that jab out, but not reaching anything. Just Arvin really good at keeping this distance, just where he wants to be, just on the outside. Goes to the body. And that is the end of round 10.
Great round. I mean, unfortunately, we do have a bit of a technical issue where we don't have access to the replays for this round. If you can view the action replays on your screen, we cannot see them right now because our connection to our video has gone out, but we are still here. We've still got 2 more rounds of action. The Philippines taking on China in this WBA Asia Light Flyweight Championship.
And looking over the corner of the sniper, you see they want him to throw that hook, they want him to cross and hook, and they want him to hook and cross. Now if we look over at the corner of Zhang Li, no actions given, but Zhang Li looking tired here, whereas Arvin looking fresh.
Yeah, Arvin has looked great in the corner as well, and that's a good telltale sign. You know, you can often find out how your fight's going to go if you can look over to your opponent and see that how they're sitting on their stool. But here we are, round number 11, scheduled for 12, and a great start, right hook to the body.
Yeah, Arvin working that jab, feints to go low. And a good jab there from Zhang Li too, but eats one back from Arvin.
Arvin looks very tentative now. Great looping uppercut there, straight through the guard. And we've got southpaw for southpaw action once again, but Arvin keeps saying something every time he lands a shot every now and then. Almost like I'm curious to what he's saying to his opponent after landing these shots.
Yeah, I can't make it out either. It's like he acknowledges it, or Zhang Li went a little low and he's just acknowledging it and saying it's okay.
Well, that's what I thought, but at the same time, I don't think it was low, so I'm kind of curious to what it is as well, especially when two fighters pull their shots up very high, but a jumping hook just missing the target. He taps him downstairs. Rear uppercut gets in clean.
Powerful shots here. More of an aggressor now from Arvin, more of aggressive style, and the nose is bloodied from Zhang Li.
We saw that blood just pour right out of the nose after those shots landed. So very curious how that nose didn't bleed in the opening rounds. For the 11th round, it's finally started bleeding, but I don't think it'll be much of an issue. A great left hand there landed by Zhang Li, following a sniper around the ring with that left hand.
Yeah, good to look up there in the clinch, reset. Arvin back, being tentative again with that jab, opened up and threw a big combo. Found success when he did, but maybe this late in the fight, not too good to try to get caught into this gunfight with Zhang Li, who's still got power, still got good counter shots. Because on my scorecards, and I believe all the scorecards here, the sniper is very much winning this fight.
Both fighters tumble to the canvas, but exhaustion is everything here. I mean, yeah, on my unofficial scorecard, I've got the sniper up. I think possibly give Zhang Li maybe 2 rounds. And he's fought well. He's a tough fighter. He's never once given up. I just think the sniper has just always edged every round just enough to win. So let us know on your scorecards at home. Now, I know we've got a lot of people watching the sniper right now in the Philippines. Shout out to everyone watching. Thank you for being here for this Boxing Day event. We have got one more round potentially coming up after this one for the final fight of the evening. But you can see Zhang Li getting him into the corner right now, coming alive with hooks and barrages of punches.
Yeah, Zhang Li attempting to go to the body, does land one. Other one gets defended. Arvin does well to circle out of there and reset. Back on the rope, circles off, misses the backhand from Zhang Li. Zhang Li goes low instead with it. And that is the end of the 11th round.
I mean, you've got to be curious to what goes into the corner speech of Zhang Li right now. Now look, we've called many fights before where we think we know who's winning and then we see the judges' scorecards and we were wrong. We understand that. So right now, we've just got to assume we know who's winning. That's all we can do. But to me, if you're Zhang Li's corner, you've got to tell him, you only win by knocking him out. You only win by putting him to the canvas. If you know that, and the sniper knows that, the sniper can go on that back foot the entire round. Zhang Li has to lock and load that left or right hand and just hope it connects.
Absolutely. I feel not much left for Zhang Li. We hear him hyping himself up in the corner. He's screaming. They know he's got 1 round to turn this around. We are about to enter our 12th and final round of our main event this evening. It is for the WBA Asia Light Flyweight title. It has been contested over 12 rounds, and this is the 12th and final round. We have the Philippines taking on China. We have young Arvin John Pacquiao representing the Philippines, an undefeated fighter in the pink and white shorts, taking on a tough customer in Zhang Li from China, wearing the black and gold shorts. And this fight has been a brilliant boxing display so far, especially from our young man, the sniper, Arvin John Pacquiao.
Boxing Day, the best way to spend it, watching boxing on Boxing Day. Who would have thought it? But here we are, 12th and final round, and it's been a fantastic set of fights here at Spaceplus Bangkok, sponsored by Highland Boxing Gym. Here, every final Thursday of the month, but right now, 12th and final round, where I think the sniper is just cruising his way to this belt victory. Will he take it? Will Zhang Li do anything to try and put the sniper away? The sniper could just be on the back foot this entire fight, protect his point, but he's choosing not to.
Yeah, at the start of this round, we saw more of a sense of urgency from Zhang Li, but now slowed down a bit. Don't know whether he is to a certain extent accepting defeat, especially when Arvin is not running away from him. He's choosing to come forward. He's choosing to exchange. Good uppercut there. and a good double jab. The first one landed, second one missed, but a strong jab. Zhang Li misses with the backhand.
I mean, Arvin right now could just cruise with the jab, just keep flicking that jab out and tying up Zhang Li anytime he gets close. I mean, I don't think Marvin has to take any chances here. I think he can just cruise his way to victory. Now, Arvin is used to putting his opponents away very early. It's very rare he goes up against someone as tough as Zhang Li, who's been able to take his best shots and still remain on his feet. I mean, credit to Zhang Li to take the best punch and keep going, never giving up. But the sniper, to me, has put on a beautiful display of boxing tonight.
Yeah, I think Zhang Li definitely earned his respect early on because we're not seeing him come forward and try finish him. He knows it's a dangerous game. So what he had to do is put on a nice 12-round display of beautiful boxing.
And here we
Zhang
are.
Li still coming forward.
The graphics are back for us. Apologies if we did not get to speak about those replays, but we've got the video back on. 30 seconds to go of round number 12. Jumping hook there by Arvin.
You're almost finishing the fight as he started it. That big right hook has been working well for him early on. Zhang Li wants him to stand there and trade. I don't think that's the greatest. That's the greatest idea. A show of respect.
It's almost like two people just using their remotes, dancing. Does Zhang Li just know that that's not enough to win the fight? Maybe Zhang Li knew the only chance he could win was standing toe-to-toe, going for a big fight. What a beautiful main event. What an event. And let's go see these action replays. So you see him sticking out those jab for jab in that 12th round. But to me, it was just the sniper's range management and the fitness level of the sniper, to me, is what really was winning it for him as well. He was able to fight the exact same way from round 1 to round 12, keeping up the same pace, being as dangerous as ever, and Zhang Li standing in front of him. Folks, thank you for being here for this Boxing Day special. My name is Jimmy, and I was joined by Ollie. Ollie, thanks for being with us as well.
No problem. Thank you, everyone. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Here's Peter Denman with the official announcement.
Dreams of glory in our hands, broken bones and shattered dreams. Chase the light as darkness screams. Rise of legends side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made. Echoes of Russia side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, judge number 1, Judge Chalerm Prayat Sap scores it 109 to 119. And invited to the ring, Mr. Dennis Hudson from the UK, Mr. Won Kim from South Korea, and Mr. Pico Santic from the Philippines. Judge number 1 scores it, Mr. Chalerm Prayat Sap 109 to 119. Judge number 2, Mr. Pinit Prayat Sap 109 to 119. And Mr. Carlos Costa 108 to 120. Or your winner by way of unanimous decision and still the WBA Asia Light Flyweight Champion from the red corner, Arvin John Cachones.
In this brutal town, battered and bruised, but still we stand. Dreams of glory in our hands, broken bones and shattered dreams. Chase the light as darkness screams. Rise of legends side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade. In the fire, our souls are made. Echoes of Russia side by side. Fight with passion, cast your pride. Champion's heart will never fade.
And that was it. New champions and still champions. This was the Risk Highland Spaceplus Boxing Promotion. ประธานที่ปรึกษาครับคุณนฤทธิ์สิงห์วังชานะครับพลตรีดำรงสิมขจรบุญนะครับ and the promoter Mr. สุพนัทจันแรม and Mr. Brico Santik and your inspector Mr. วรเทพเพียรเวช and สนามแพทย์ครับคุณจิรศักดิ์บุกผาชาติ and we are here at Spaceplus RCA Plaza. Until next time, ladies and gentlemen. สวัสดีครับ
In this wild, relentless game, sweat and tears pave the way. Victory calls me. In the ring, blood and sweat fly. Fists of fury in the blink of an eye.